Chapter 994. East Sea, Bipolar Strait. The sound of the waves penetrated through the thick fog and faintly reached the strait. Song Jiadan sat cross-legged on the cliff with his eyes closed. His lower body was made of gray stone. His upper body was that of an old man, covered in wrinkles and extremely old. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched. He sensed the token of Song clan's first supreme elder, rank 8 Gu immortal Song Qiyuan. With a thought from Song Jiadan, the fog surged and revealed an empty tunnel. A moment later, two figures walked out from the tunnel. A man and a woman, both Gu immortals. The female immortal was dressed in white, like a lotus fairy, pure and moving. Her spirited eyes looked around with a hint of liveliness. The male immortal was a middle-aged man. He was mature and steady. He walked behind the woman. Clan Uncle Jia Dan. Song Yi-shi shouted from afar. Song Jiadan wanted to reveal a trace of a smile, but in the end, he could not. He could no longer move, and the muscles on his face were completely stiff. His wisdom path cultivation was very unique. He could use providence to deduce matters and objects. It was usually very accurate. However, there were advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that Song Jiadan would lose his freedom from then on. His lower body would be petrified, and he had already become one with the bipolar strait. When his lifespan was exhausted, his entire body would turn into a piece of stone, without any signs of life. In the end, Song Jiadan could only say slowly and expressionlessly, "Little Shi, cousin Xia Qi, long time no see." The ones who came to the twin polar straits to visit Song Jia Dan were the Song clans Song Yi-shi and Song Xia Qi. "Uncle Jia Dan, this is the token grandfather gave me. Please take a look." Song Yi-shi first handed the token in her hand to Song Jia Dan. After Song Jiadan confirmed that there was no mistake, he nodded and asked, "What do you want to calculate this time?" Song Xiaqi opened his mouth and said, "This time. We're here for the Tian Nan inheritance in the ascending heaven plane." Song Jia Dan pondered. There are many chaotic space path Dao marks in ascending heaven plane and they are constantly changing. If I can't be there in person, I can't adapt to local conditions. He calculated the path in time. But Ruolai and Kai clan did not have any powerful wisdom path Gu immortals. "I believe that with my wisdom path immortal Gu, you won't be able to escape. We should be able to come out on top." Song Yi-shi smiled lightly and said, "Uncle Jia Dan, there has been a new change in the ascending heaven plane." "Oh." Song Yi-shi then explained how the sky-scorching Demoness and Fang Yuan had barged into the ascending heaven plane. Song Jia Dan immediately understood the purpose of Song Yi-shi and Song Xia Qi's visit and said in realization, "So you want to hire this resourceful star to help the Song clan obtain Tian Nan's inheritance. Not bad." Wisdom Star was not a member of Zombie Alliance. He was a good friend of Tai Bai Yunsheng. He was a Northern Plains Gu immortal. Because the Earth Tide had come to the East Sea. Since he can work for Zombie Alliance, naturally our Song family can also hire him. His wisdom path attainment is quite good. If our Song clan is a step slower and the other two clans get it first, we will be in a passive situation. Song Xia Qi said. "That's why you came here this time to ask me to divine the matter of this resourceful star," continued Song Jiadan. Song Yi-shi nodded repeatedly. "I really can't hide anything from you, uncle." "That's right, since we're going to hire resourceful star, we need to know him well. After all, he was not one of their clansmen. Most importantly, the other party is also a wisdom path Gu immortal. If he tries to scheme, not only will our Song clan suffer a loss, we will also suffer a huge loss. We will also lose face. So this time, I hope uncle can use your methods to see if you can suppress this Northern Plains wisdom path Gu immortal." Song Jiadan lowered his eyes. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but this resourceful star Chen Dao was able to break the method I used on Shark Demon, and was also able to shine in ascending heaven plane. This means that he not only has wisdom path attainment level, he also does not lack wisdom path immortal Gu. If I rashly make deductions on such a wisdom path expert, it might go against the rules of us wisdom path gu immortals. If I am not careful, I might attract the other party's enmity and create a strong wisdom path enemy for our clan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan disguised as Xing Xiang Zi because he peeked at Song Yishir bathing. Thus, Song Zhedan had a reason to appear. In this life, Fang Yuan disguised as Wisdom Star. He did not leave behind any evidence, and most importantly, he displayed superior wisdom path methods, causing Song Zhedan to feel wariness towards him. Song Yishir and Song Xiaoqi looked at each other. The former did not speak, while the latter spoke. Everything has its pros and cons, it is just a matter of choice. Before we came, we had already discussed with First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder, we would like to ask Cousin Jia Dan to make a move. Song Zhedan nodded. Even though he was a wisdom path gu immortal, he was not the decision-maker of the clan. Since that was the case, he did not hesitate anymore. After preparing for a while, he made his move. A long while later, Song Zhedan slowly opened his eyes, showing a trace of fatigue. I cannot deduce it. What, uncle? You are one of the 3 strongest wisdom path gu immortals in Eastern Sea, how can you not deduce it? Don't tell me this Qin Dao is really so strong in wisdom path, he is already on par with cousin. Song Yishir and Song Xiaoqi were very shocked. Song Zhedan shook his head. The human heart is limited, providence is hard to predict. Maybe this Qin Dao is really amazing, he blocked all of my deductions. Or maybe he is not in Eastern Sea. If not in Eastern Sea, where else? The earth tide has already subsided, there is still a long time before the next earth tide. Song Yishir was very confused. Every immortal aperture is a small world, it is isolated from the outside world. My cultivation level is only rank 7, it is not strange that I could not deduce it. Is that so? Song Yishir muttered, feeling a little dejected and disappointed. Song Zhedan's tone changed, saying, I am more concerned about ascending heaven plane itself. This place can connect to White Heaven and Black Heaven, it is a strategic location that people covet. This time, even though Blazing Heaven Demoness retreated, she did not lose her prestige. In this way, it would fuel the flames of greed in some people with ulterior motives. Eastern Sea's lone immortals and demonic cultivators need to be careful. As for the other righteous path super forces, even though they cannot directly interfere, they can still disrupt ascending heaven plane's situation. This is the greatest danger that is currently lurking. Cousin is truly insightful, your words make sense. Song Xiaoqi's expression changed as he nodded. Song Yishir also showed some worry on her face. If you want me to deduce wise star Qin Dao, I might as well deduce this matter. Don't worry, as long as we follow my arrangements, we will be able to attack the invading lone immortals and demonic cultivators, we can even use their strength to weaken Rualai clan and Kai clan. Song Zhedan said confidently. Central Continent. Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Star Fog Concealment. Fang Yuan willed as he activated an immortal killer move. Immediately, a hazy starlight fog appeared. It slowly flowed out of his second immortal aperture. Soon, the starlight fog covered Fang Yuan's whole body, so that his features were blurred. Outsiders could only see Fang Yuan's figure through the starlight fog. The modified star fog concealment seems to have succeeded. Fang Yuan inspected it and was overjoyed. This star fog concealment could defend against other people's deductions against him. Fang Yuan left ascending heaven plane. After negotiating with blazing heaven demoness, he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and used the light of wisdom. He modified the original star fog concealment. The original star fog concealment had 2 core immortal goo, one of them was star thought immortal goo. The modified star fog concealment also had 2 core immortal goo. Star thought immortal goo was still among them, the other was replaced by unravel mystery immortal goo by Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan had wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, unravel mystery immortal goo, which he could not use earlier, could now be put to good use. After my trip to ascending heaven plane, the name of wisdom star Chen Dao will soon spread throughout Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. At that time, they will deduce me. There will definitely be many Gu immortals looking for information about wisdom star. Familiar face is a transformation path killer move, it can disguise oneself. But it cannot deal with deductions. With star fog concealment now, I will be much safer in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan thought. Of course, star fog concealment had its limits. Firstly, its defense was only against other people's deductions, it could not defend against earth, water, wind, fire, or physical attacks. Secondly, its cores were only 2 rank 6 immortal Gu, even a rank 7 wisdom path Gu immortal's deductions could only block them for a while. Then, it would collapse. Finally, star fog concealment did not need to be activated continuously. The star fog produced by this move was a layer of defense. As long as the star fog did not dissipate, it could defend against deductions. It was a layer of defense, as long as the star fog did not dissipate. This layer of star fog is filled with star path and wisdom path Dao marks. It is these disorderly Dao marks that can block deductions from the outside world. Even if Song Jia Dan tries to deduce me, the star fog can block them for a while, I will be alerted and have enough time to use fixed immortal travel to hide in my immortal aperture. Once he entered the immortal aperture, he would be in a different world. Even a rank 8 wisdom path great expert could not do anything if they wanted to deduce it. First was the battlefield killer move Star Soul, then Star Fog Concealment. Fang Yuan's 2 shortcomings were fixed. Next, he would refine the rank 6 all-out effort Immortal Gu, at the same time, he would wait patiently for Blazing Heaven Demoness to make her move. In my previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already pushed aside Shark Demon and Su Bai Man, but the timing was wrong, she could only go to Northern Plains. In this life, with my influence, the progress of Yu Lu Blessed Land was greatly advanced, she made her move earlier. There should be enough time. I hope that Yu Lu Blessed Land's gains this time will not be as disappointing as the Dream Realm in the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fragment. Earlier, even though Fang Yuan broke through the second layer of the Dream Realm and reached the third layer, he had reached the same progress as in his previous life. Be it Wisdom Path or Star Path attainment levels, they had risen slightly, but they were still at Grandmaster level. Most importantly, the third layer of the Dream Realm was very strange. Fang Yuan could not understand it. The third layer of the Dream Realm dissipated naturally, it did not give Fang Yuan any gains in attainment level. In the Dream Realm, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recited a poem, Fang Yuan could not remember it no matter how hard he tried. Days passed. Blazing Heaven Demoness finally established a good relationship with Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, it was similar to in his previous life. She used Budan to take the initiative to push aside Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Fang Yuan did not participate in this process. He only took action when Blazing Heaven Demoness attacked Yu Lu Blessed Land. Just like he expected, even though the battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops was mystical, without anyone controlling it, it was like an empty formation. Fang Yuan expended a lot of energy and immortal essence to break through the final round, completely taking over Yu Lu Blessed Land. There is only one strength path Immortal Gu, don't think about it, this is my gift to Little Lon. According to our agreement, you can take 2 rank 6 Immortal Gu. But this star path Immortal Gu, even though it is rank 6, it is on the list of the top 10 mystical Gu, it has high value. If you choose it, you will not be able to choose any other Immortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demoness said to Fang Yuan. Chapter 995. Central Continent, Star Form Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was focused, he was refining all-out effort Gu meticulously. Large numbers of immortal materials had already melted into a lump of liquid. The yellow-brown liquid floated in the air. Fang Yuan willed as his second vital Gu, the rank 5 all-out effort Gu, was thrown into the liquid. Rise! Soon after, Fang Yuan shouted and stretched out his palm, his 5 fingers spread open as he grabbed at the ground. Crack, crack. With a loud sound, the soil and rocks on the ground flew, enveloping the liquid and forming a ball of soil. This was a refinement path killer move. It was an earth path killer move. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had exchanged for it from Lan's spirit of Langya. This was a small benefit of joining Langya's sect. Of course, it was not free. Fang Yuan had also deduced an immortal goo recipe for Lan's spirit of Langya. It was about 30% complete. This refinement path killer move was not at goo immortal level, but it was very useful. After Fang Yuan modified the all-out effort immortal goo recipe, he used this refinement path killer move many times during the goo refinement process. Blood refinement killer move, blood refinement snake. Fang Yuan's body shook, blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, ears, and other orifices. The blood did not stop, it turned into 7 snakes that slithered around, hissing and hissing. The 7 blood snakes climbed onto the soil ball. The soil ball coiled into a snake ball. Fang Yuan threw mortal goo one after another. The blood snakes opened their mouths and swallowed. Every time it swallowed a goo worm, its snake body would sink a little deeper into the soil ball. Over 2 hours later, the blood snakes completely fused into the soil ball. The surface of the earthen ball was covered with densely packed crimson snake scales. The entire earthen ball seemed to have a life of its own. The crimson snake scales constantly flickered with a faint light. It was as if the soil ball was breathing. Fang Yuan used fire to roast it again. These were 3 different colored flames, roasting the snake scale soil ball. In the blue flame, the flickering light on the soil ball became longer, a layer of white frost appeared on the red snake scales. Fang Yuan used the green flame again. After the barbecue, the glimmer on the earthen ball became livelier, and a thin layer of moss grew out of the frost. Finally, Fang Yuan used some kind of yellow flame. In the flames, the moss on the surface of the earthen ball hardened. The blood cocoon had turned brown. The blood cocoon was decorated with specks of golden light. It was as if Jin Sha had joined in. The yellow flame roasted the earthen ball for the longest time. After roasting it for an entire day and night, the entire brown ball of earth finally turned into a pure gold color. After reaching this step, it finally came to an end. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. He had obtained a precious breather, and then rested for 2 days and 2 nights. After recovering, he took out the golden earthen orb. Originally, the brown earthen ball was as big as a wash basin, but after being roasted to a golden color, the earthen ball was only slightly bigger than a baby's head. The next step was crucial. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and activated a specific goo worm to attack the golden ball. With a bang, the golden earthen ball exploded. Countless golden powder immediately spread out, covering a radius of 3 miles. I failed. Fang Yuan's expression sank. His gaze that was filled with anticipation dimmed. The sky was filled with golden powder, but there was nothing left. If he had succeeded, he would have formed a semi-finished immortal goo. But unfortunately, he did not succeed this time. The immortal materials, immortal yuan stone, and countless mortal goo that he had invested earlier had all gone to waste. The only gain was that Fang Yuan gained some experience in goo refinement. The next time he tried it, he would be able to refine it. The next time he tried, he might be slightly more proficient. Sighing, Fang Yuan quickly returned to his normal state of mind. He calmed down. Refining immortal goo was not easy, the success rate was too low. It was normal to have such a failure. Next, he had to accumulate more immortal materials and try again. Fang Yuan refined spring-autumn cicada in his previous life, and after experiencing star-thought immortal goo in this life, his mental fortitude in this aspect rose sharply. After resting, he used fixed immortal travel to leave the blessed land, arriving in southern border. The night was deep. Fang Yuan flew all the way to the clouds. Above the clouds, the stars were even clearer and more dazzling. Star eyes. Fang Yuan had obtained this immortal goo recently. It was his harvest from Yulu blessed land. Fang Yuan activated this immortal goo. Immediately, his pupils turned into whirlpools that rotated continuously. A formless attraction force pulled the starlight in the night sky towards Fang Yuan's eyes. Rank 6 Immortal Goo Star Eyes, ranked 10th in the list of 10 mystical goo. This was an investigative immortal goo. Fang Yuan did not lack investigative methods, but after thinking about it, he still chose this immortal goo. Because this goo's investigative ability had already surpassed most investigative immortal killer moves. Using star eyes, Fang Yuan could turn the stars in the night sky into his own eyes for observation. The starlight in black heaven shone on the 5 regions. As long as the starlight shone on a place, Fang Yuan would be able to investigate it. Fang Yuan could stay in central continent and use the starlight in the night sky to observe southern border, northern plains, and other places. Thus, this goo was ranked 10th. What a pity, if there were no drawbacks, this ranking could rise by 2 or 3 places. Star Eye's immortal goo's drawback was that it could not be used immediately. Before using it, there was a process of communicating with the stars. This was what Fang Yuan was doing right now. The whirlpools in his eyes became slower as the starlight was filtered and eliminated. Eventually, the starlight turned into countless threads that tangled together, forming a thumb-sized starlight thread. One in his left eye and one in his right eye, a total of 2 starlight threads. These 2 starlight threads were connected to Fang Yuan's pupil, while the other was connected to a star in black heaven. Beads of green grape immortal essence were expended one after another. Star Eye's immortal goo continued to be activated, a mysterious force passed through the starlight thread and spread all the way to the end. Fang Yuan's eyes were wide open, but his vision was filled with darkness. But as Star Eye's immortal goo continued to be activated, he could barely see a faint blue dot in the darkness. Time passed, and soon, a night had passed. Fang Yuan's vision was still filled with darkness. But at the center, the blue dot had already expanded by a lot. As time passes, this blue dot will become bigger and bigger. It will gradually restore the full appearance of the star. I hope the star I chose is slightly smaller, otherwise, I will need a lot of time and effort to completely transform it into my own. If the star was slightly smaller, the time needed for Fang Yuan to completely transform it into his own would be much earlier. Even though the small star's starlight was dim, the large star's starlight had more penetrative power. But Fang Yuan would rather it be like this. He wanted to quickly realize the wondrous use of Star Eye's immortal goo. The sky gradually turned white. Fang Yuan finally stopped. He counted, in just one night, he had used up 8 beads of immortal essence to activate Star Eyes. Star Eyes is 10th, the drawback is that it consumes too much. To refine one star, it is no less than 10 rank 6 immortal goo refinements. Fortunately, I can handle this. Let's not talk about my star path attainment level. I am already a grandmaster, and have the light of wisdom. Star Eyes can be used with other immortal killer moves, it has a wide range of usage. Most importantly, if Star Eyes and fixed immortal travel are used together. Fang Yuan's thoughts spread out, he could not help but smile as he thought of the wondrous use. Blazing Heaven Demoness must have known this, that was why she used Star Eye's immortal goo. Undeniably, fixed immortal travel and Star Eye's immortal goo were very compatible. In the following days, Fang Yuan tried to refine all-out effort immortal goo while thinking about the battlefield killer move that Fairy Yulu left behind. The most important content was how to construct the battlefield killer move in the immortal aperture without damaging it. At the same time, Fang Yuan used his free time to use Star Eye's immortal goo to refine the stars in black heaven. Furthermore, he had been paying close attention to the outside world's information. Time passed as Fang Yuan cultivated. Northern plains, central continent, and other places were not much different from his previous life. But in Eastern Sea, ascending heaven plains situation had changed. In Fang Yuan's previous life, large numbers of lone cultivators and demonic immortals barged into ascending heaven plane, messing up the situation that Song clan, Kai clan, and Rualai clan had painstakingly maintained. During this process, Seven Seas Snake Lady even mocked and ridiculed Song Yishur, causing her to exterminate the small village by the sea and kill Li Xiao Yao's ancestors. But in this life, these lone immortals and demonic cultivators were jointly attacked by Song clan, Kai clan, and Rualai clan. Before they could change the situation, they fell apart. The reason was that blazing heaven demoness had brought Fang Yuan to roam around. The three Gu immortals were alerted. When the three clans fought among themselves, they restrained themselves even more. Once an external force tried to interfere, the three clans would immediately join hands. Fang Yuan was most concerned about Luopa Valley. He knew that 100 days battle was happening in Luopa Valley. The Central Continent Gu immortals led by Feng Jioge were fighting against the Shadow Sect Gu immortals led by Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan wanted to find out what the situation was like, but he did not have the ability to do so. He could only set up some investigative Gu worms within 100 li of Luopa Valley. This distance was already very dangerous. If he got any closer, he would be discovered by the Gu immortals of both sides. Be it Central Continent or the Shadow Sect, they were not to be trifled with. They were fighting for their lives in the valley. They would definitely be worried about a third party taking advantage of them. They would definitely make many investigative and counter-investigations, setting up battlefield killer moves, setting up Gu formations and other preparations. This life is different from my previous life. I purposely left Xue Songzi alive to increase the strength of Shadow Sect's side. There will definitely be some changes in the situation of the 100 Days battle. In his previous life, Shadow Sect failed, but some people managed to break through. And even though Central Continent won, they lost Feng Jioge. It could only be considered a Pyrrhic victory. Fang Yuan was also very curious about the result of the 100 Days battle in this life. But before the outcome was decided, he did not want to get involved. Without self-strength and without refining all-out effort Gu, he did not have much confidence in his battle strength. Unknowingly, time passed. 3 days had passed since the end of the 100 Days battle in his previous life. Fang Yuan pinched his fingers and deduced, he was already squatting in northern plains, patiently waiting. Chapter 996. Two figures broke out of Luopa Valley, one at the front and one at the back. They were the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie and Hei Cheng. Fang Yuan had a thought, his gaze followed the two but he did not chase after them. After a while, the Central Continent Gu immortals did not come out of Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan guessed, it seems that even though I purposely kept Xue Songzi, I only delayed the result by 3 days. Shadow Sect still lost. So far, only the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie and Hei Cheng managed to escape. Actually, this result was not strange. The key to the outcome of this battle was still Feng Jioge and Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan kept Xue Songzi, but a mere Xue Songzi did not have much effect on these two. I wonder what will happen in the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley in this life. Fang Yuan thought as he chased after them. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped rapidly. His speed was extremely fast. His body turned into a black line in the air as he flew forward. Who is it? Suddenly, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie stopped, his eyes spewing fire. Tai Bai Yunsheng appeared with a sneer on his face. You finally came. Today you will die without a doubt. A mere rank 6, The blazing glory lightning brilliance's killing intent erupted as he charged at lightning speed. Boom! He hit Tai Bai Yunsheng fiercely. The latter turned into a lump of bubbles and dissipated on the spot. It's fake. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's heart shook. He is just a rank 6, he actually dared to stop me, a rank 7. The most important thing is, how did he know my location? Is he a pawn recruited by Central Continent in Northern Plains? He did not participate in the 100 Days battle earlier because his battle strength was too low. He could not be of use. Or did he just arrive? Or do the Central Continent Gu immortals not trust him? This blazing glory lightning brilliance was an immortal zombie. But his wisdom path attainment was high. Almost instantly, countless thoughts flashed in his mind. He realized the reason behind Tai Bai Yunqing's arrival. He is only rank 6, I have rank 7 cultivation level, I still have 40% of my battle strength. He is not my match and has the aura of a Northern Plains Gu immortal. Therefore, it was the most likely possibility. It's to stop me and slow down my escape. He, take your time. There's no hurry. Tai Bai Yunqing's illusion appeared again. This illusion was extremely lifelike. Previously, the blazing glory lightning brilliance had been careless and had mistakenly thought that it was the real body. But now, the blazing glory lightning brilliance activated his divination technique, and with a single glance, he found some clues. Humph. He sneered and fled. Tai Bai Yunqing's battle prowess wasn't strong, and he didn't have any powerful means of escape, so he could only cause chaos. However, the blazing glory lightning brilliance didn't care. He had seen through Tai Bai Yunqing's intentions and was focused on escaping. Where do you think you're going? You shall stay here today. Fang Yuan finally caught up to him. He had fixed immortal travel and arranged for Tai Bai Yunqing to create havoc. Both sides used information path methods to monitor the blazing glory lightning brilliance. They could definitely catch up. If not for the fact that Fang Yuan did not want to expose fixed immortal travel and his identity in front of the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, he would have arrived long ago. Seeing Fang Yuan arrive, Tai Bai Yunqing's heart jumped. Next, it was the crucial moment. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's heart jumped when he saw Fang Yuan. He was so scared that his whole body shivered. Feng Jioga. He cried out in shock. As it turned out, Fang Yuan had already used familiar face to disguise himself as Feng Jioga. His battle strength was only at the peak of rank 6. And because he enslaved the Featherman Gu immortal, his battle strength fell greatly. If they fought, he would not be able to use his full strength. However, Fang Yuan had a trump card. This trump card was the Star Soul battlefield. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was only at rank 7. After going through the 100 days battle and breaking out of the encirclement, it would be good if he could use half of his remaining battle strength. In this situation, as long as he forced the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie into Star Soul battlefield and used the battlefield to whittle down the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, Fang Yuan would likely win. Ignore He Cheng, he is like a stray dog. I'm afraid that like in my previous life, the immortal Gu house is already lost in Luopa Valley. Otherwise, why did the Central Continent Gu immortals not chase after him? He is injured and only has one dark arrow immortal Gu, he is not a threat. And this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is a crucial person. Qin Baisheng and Jiang Yu are trying to protect his life. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he was a member of the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Battle Formation. He was one of the formation corps. He has a heavy responsibility, he will not die easily. In my previous life, old ancestor Shui who captured him alive, he was waiting for Zombie Alliance's reinforcements. Thus, there is a high chance that I can capture him. As long as I capture him, I can soul search him. The secrets of Shadow Sect will be exposed in front of me. Of course, if his soul is tampered with, he will be like Shui Song Zi in my previous life. Then, even if I kill him, it will cause a huge disruption to Shadow Sect's plans. Fang Yuan had ulterior motives. Shadow Sect was a huge force. If he wanted to take graceful chaotic duel stage, he would have to face this mysterious and powerful Gu immortal force. With Fang Yuan's shrewdness and ruthlessness, as well as his aggressive nature, how could he not take the initiative to find trouble with Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan was not going to wait passively. This time, he seemed to be targeting the weak spot of a venomous snake. He made his move. Is it really Feng Jioga? The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie saw that Fang Yuan was getting closer. He suddenly had a thought. He was a core member of Shadow Sect. Qin Baisheng's plan was not hidden from him. Before the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie broke out of the encirclement, he had seen Qin Baisheng use the terrain to drag Feng Jioge, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei into the space of thieving heaven's true inheritance. After that, Qin Baisheng would destroy himself and use the winds of assimilation to get rid of Feng Jioge and the rest. Why was Feng Jioge here now? The possibility was very small. Because Shadow Sect had already found out, Zhao Yenyun had been secretly sent back to Central Continent. As for Spirit Affinity House, they had a thieving heaven true inheritance. They were naturally anxious to bring Zhao Yenyun back. Unless one of Feng Jioge, Ao Shui, or Ling Mei is also an otherworldly demon. But we have already investigated this before. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie thought quickly, thinking about Tai Bai Yunqing's illusion. He became even more suspicious of this Feng Jioge. Thus, he escaped while activating an investigative immortal killer move. After probing, he broke out in cold sweat. This is the real Feng Jioge. At once, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie wished he could grow 70 or 80 wings to help him fly. My familiar face can deceive even rank 8 Gu immortals. How can you see through it? Furthermore, I have star fog concealment to protect me. That is to say, even if you use wisdom path methods to deduce my true appearance, you will need some time. With star fog concealment, familiar face's flaws were reduced by more than half. Furthermore, if the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie deduced Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan sensed that the star fog was decreasing, he was not a fool. He would continue to use the immortal killer move star fog concealment to resist the deduction and continue to conceal the truth. Unless the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie had very strong wisdom path methods that could make star fog concealment useless. But the possibility was too low. At least, from the information that Fang Yuan obtained from his previous life's He Lulan, this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not display any wisdom path abilities during the 100 Days battle. Familiar Face's power was displayed to its fullest at this moment. Even though it did not have offensive strength, the grand blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie with one of the 10 extreme physiques and rank 7 battle strength was scared half to death by Fang Yuan. It escaped in panic. It had strong movement abilities. It had at least 2 immortal killer moves that were used for movement. Fang Yuan's flying speed could not keep up with the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. But Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan had already used wisdom path methods to memorize his surroundings. As long as he saw the direction that the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was escaping in, Fang Yuan would teleport there and block its path. This way, Fang Yuan chased and blocked its path at times. Under the encirclement, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was gradually forced to a specific location. Over there, Fang Yuan had already set up many Gu worms. Half of the star's soul battlefield had been set up. As long as he got there and activated his immortal Gu, he would only need a few breaths of time to completely open the star's soul battlefield. Once the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was trapped in the star's soul battlefield, he would be trapped. But right when the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was forced into Fang Yuan's trap, he suddenly turned around and used an immortal killer move to attack Fang Yuan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense crimson flames surged towards Fang Yuan. The temperature in the air rose rapidly. Before the flames even reached him, Fang Yuan could already feel the intense heat. His eyebrows and hair turned yellow instantly. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. He had to retreat. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie laughed loudly. Scoundrel, you actually dared to deceive me. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. There were no loopholes without a plan. And his biggest loophole was that his flying speed was not fast enough. During the 100 Days battle, Feng Jioge displayed lightning speed, but Fang Yuan could not do the same. This loophole made the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie even more suspicious. As his suspicions grew, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie started to guess Fang Yuan's motives. Not only did he have strong battle strength, he also had a meticulous mind. Even as an immortal zombie, he was not burdened by his body, he was extremely shrewd. Fang Yuan's scheme almost succeeded, but at the last moment, he failed. Now, the situation was reversed. It was Fang Yuan's turn to be in deep danger. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's flying speed was much faster than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan had enslaved a Featherman Gu immortal, the situation was not looking good. After dodging the flames with difficulty, Fang Yuan was in a sorry state. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie hated Fang Yuan's deception, he was extremely furious, he charged towards Feng Jioge. Fang Yuan became spirited, he laughed loudly, blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, you fell for it. Everyone, my mission is complete. I will leave the rest to you. Chapter 997. Seeing that the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie flew away, Fang Yuan relaxed, he immediately flew in the opposite direction. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, it was best not to expose this Gu. After all, fixed immortal travel was too obvious, once it was exposed, even if one was not a wisdom path Gu immortal, they would be able to deduce Fang Yuan's true identity. I have fixed immortal travel, many Gu immortals know about it. Sigh, if they did not know about this, it would be much more convenient for me to act. Fang Yuan flew towards the location where the battlefield killer move was set up. After a while, he arrived at his destination. There, Tai Bai Yunsheng had been waiting for a long time. The tactic of luring the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie failed. Fang Yuan said solemnly. Tai Bai Yunsheng let out a sigh of relief, in my opinion, this is a good thing. After all, with just the two of us, it is very dangerous to deal with a rank 7 Gu immortal. Actually, Fang Yuan, you don't need to be so anxious, Central Continent has not discovered us yet, right? Even if he discovers us, Master won't just stand by and watch. Don't forget, we still have fixed immortal travel, in this huge world, where can't we go? We can develop in peace and accumulate our strength. Why must we be the first in everything and put ourselves in danger? Fang Yuan sighed, he shook his head and did not speak. Fang Yuan did not tell Tai Bai Yunsheng about the immortal Gu house. It was not that he did not want to develop in peace, but the situation did not allow it. Tai Bai Yunsheng was not like the reborn Fang Yuan, only the reborn Fang Yuan knew how deep the waters of the Gu immortal world were. Once the truth about 88-point Jinyang Tower was exposed. The suppression from the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects was far more severe than Tai Bai Yunsheng could imagine. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to develop in peace, he could not do so. His trade would definitely be destroyed. As long as the Celestial Court releases false information, he would tell the world that Fang Yuan had obtained extraordinary benefits from 88-point Jinyang Tower, that he had countless immortal Gu, as well as giant sun immortals luck path true inheritance. Then no matter where Fang Yuan went, he would be suppressed and hunted down. After all, this was not a great era where dreams were rampant. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Fang Yuan, who possessed giant sun's true inheritance, would be able to defeat him. He would become the focus of the Gu immortal world. But Fang Yuan was at the bottom of rank 6 cultivation level. He would become the target of countless people. At that time, Fang Yuan, who lacked combat strength, could only wander around like a stray dog. Even if they wanted to develop, they wouldn't be able to. Don't forget, there were still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. He would come looking for trouble with Fang Yuan. But if he had the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage, the situation would be different. Rank 8 battle strength was the peak of the Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan, who was at the bottom of rank 6 cultivation level, could be hunted down by the whole world. Then Fang Yuan, who had rank 8 battle strength, could only be targeted by rank 8 Gu immortals or super forces with immortal Gu houses. Even if they had strength, they would need time, energy, and most importantly, confidence in plotting against Fang Yuan. Thus, there were two situations. The difference was like heaven and earth. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw that Fang Yuan was silent and consoled. Fang Yuan, aren't you forcing yourself too much? There is no need to be like this. Actually, you can change your way of life. We are already immortals, can't we enjoy life once in a while? I am enjoying life. Fang Yuan glanced at Tai Bai Yunsheng before raising his head to look afar. After waiting for a while, that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie still hasn't caught up. This person is very calm. With his intellect, he should quickly realize that I had deceived him and that I was just pretending. But this person did not lose his rationality because of anger, instead he focused on escaping. Oh you. Tai Bai Yunsheng shook his head, sighing, but this goo formation you set up is really good, it is very interesting. It covers an area of tens of thousands of li, it is the largest goo formation I have ever seen. Moreover, while I am inside, I can control goo worms from all over the place and create illusions. What is even more precious is that the goo worms that make up this goo formation are all mortal goo. Where did you get them? Did you get them from Yu Lu blessed land too? Fang Yuan nodded but did not admit it. He had not only obtained Star Eyes immortal goo from Yu Lu blessed land, he had also obtained Fairy Yu Lu's cultivation insights. Using the light of wisdom and the inspiration he gained from this, Fang Yuan designed this extremely large goo formation at the last moment. Fang Yuan said, so what if it covers an area of tens of thousands of li? Think about the 88-point Jinyang Tower, it covers the whole of northern plains. And this goo formation is actually very fragile. The reason why the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not break it was because he was busy escaping and did not have time to care about it. Alright, pack up, we are going to chase after He Cheng. Fang Yuan's scheme against the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not succeed, the other party was too astute and calm. But Fang Yuan would not let He Cheng go. Fang Yuan had already arranged for the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong to follow He Cheng. He instructed him to follow him and avoid fighting. The process of chasing after He Cheng was very smooth. Even though He Cheng had high cultivation level, he was injured and only had Dark Arrow immortal Gu, he had also gone through 100 days of battle. Fang Yuan used the same trick, setting up a trap. This time, he did not disguise as Feng Jioge, he disguised as Kanyang Laojun. He Cheng was exhausted from escaping, he fell into the trap. Fang Yuan had been waiting for a long time, he activated his immortal Gu and activated Star Soul Battlefield. The pitiful He Cheng was constantly being worn down by Star Soul Battlefield, he had no choice but to surrender. Fang Yuan had a thought, he did not take his life, he chose to capture him alive. Just like this, He Cheng became the first dazzling achievement in the creation of Star Soul Battlefield. He Cheng had great value, at least if he sold him to He Lulan, she would be willing to be slaughtered by Fang Yuan. But before that, Fang Yuan had to conduct a detailed soul search on He Cheng. In his previous life, he had obtained a lot of information from He Lulan, but how could it compare to Fang Yuan doing it himself? Bringing the captive He Cheng, Fang Yuan returned to Hu immortal blessed land. He rested while observing northern plains situation. My next target is Luopa Valley. Once I have this valley, together with Dang Hun Mountain, my soul foundation will advance rapidly. The after effects of using slavery immortal Gu will disappear quickly, my battle strength will also recover rapidly. Fang Yuan had a deep desire for Luopa Valley. Back then, he chose to exchange for slavery immortal Gu because of Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan wanted to take Luopa Valley, but he needed to wait for some time. After soul-searching He Cheng, Fang Yuan knew that Xue Songzi had already died during the early stage of the 100 Days War. The situation in the middle stage was similar to his previous life, but towards the end, it was almost the same. I don't know what kind of means Qin Bai Sheng used to bind Feng Jioge's limbs. Right now, Luopa Valley is already occupied by Central Continent's Gu immortals, it is not the best time for me to go. Fang Yuan waited patiently. He never lacked patience. Soon, Northern Plains situation changed, Fang Yuan's attention was drawn over. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped and sneaked into Earth Trench, but found that old ancestor Shui who was stealing the immortal zombie's body. An intense battle erupted, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was captured, old ancestor Shui whose matter was exposed, Zombie Alliance was furious. Even though the 100 Days War ended a few days later than in his previous life. But old ancestor Shui whose matter still happened. This made Fang Yuan feel some regret. He did not want Blazing Heaven Demoness to return to Northern Plains so early. If Blazing Heaven Demoness, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan worked together, Fang Yuan's side would face huge pressure. Next, he wanted to sell He Cheng for a good price. But if Blazing Heaven Demoness helped He Lulan, Fang Yuan would be in a much more passive position. What happened next was no different from his previous life. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance ordered Blazing Heaven Demoness to go to Northern Plains and defend Dark Flow Giant City. Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, she was responsible for this. Even though she knew that Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel, to keep it a secret, she chose to go through the regional wall with the 2 rank 8 immortal zombies and the others. Fang Yuan took the initiative to propose a plan to Blazing Heaven Demoness, telling her that this was a plan that he had deduced using wisdom path methods. After Blazing Heaven Demoness heard it, she praised, "This is a great plan, I like it." Old ancestor Shuehu is hard to deal with, but he has a huge weakness, he lacks immortal materials to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. Tell me, with your personality, what do you want from me by proposing this plan? Blazing Heaven Demoness did not know that this plan was something that she had thought of after returning to Dark Flow City in her previous life. Fang Yuan told her about his desire for a strength path immortal zombie body. Blazing Heaven Demoness hesitated for a moment, but considering Fang Yuan's deep background, she reluctantly agreed to Fang Yuan's request. Fang Yuan did this to be safe. If he failed in obtaining the immortal goo house and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie body, he still had a way out. Time passed quickly, in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan investigated carefully in Central Continent, he found out that the Central Continent goo immortals in Northern Plains had returned. It is time to obtain Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan mobilized Tai Bai Yunsheng and Zhou Zhong, using fixed immortal travel, they went to the depths of Luopa Valley. He had been here in his previous life, and in this life, after soul-searching He Cheng, he knew about the situation inside Luopa Valley. Thus, it was very convenient for him to come here. At this time, Hui Fengzi, who had surrendered to Central Continent, was still waiting outside, monitoring and preventing outsiders from discovering Luopa Valley. But little did he know that Fang Yuan had already entered the valley. Immortal Goo Pulling Mountain. Fang Yuan had just activated this immortal goo and was about to store Luopa Valley in his immortal aperture when a change occurred. There was a song lingering in his ears. This was the song that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had sung in the dream realm. The song was lonely, the hero was in dire straits, life was full of difficulties. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times, endless heavenly rivers surge. Sorrow, spectral night is long and dreamy, where can one rest in peace? Things change and hearts shift, only providence is boundless. This time, Fang Yuan heard it clearly. At the same time, a wave of information flowed into his mind. Fang Yuan's shock was indescribable. This Luopa Valley actually has a thieving heaven true inheritance. Chapter 998. Even the person in question, Fang Yuan, did not know why. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice resounded in his ears again, he inexplicably gained some information in his mind. This information told him that thieving heaven's true inheritance was hidden somewhere in this Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. At the same time, he was suspicious. Could this be a trap left behind by Central Continent's goo immortals? There is no thieving heaven true inheritance, but a wisdom path method used to influence the minds of enemies who infiltrate the valley. Fang Yuan quickly calmed down. He started to inspect his body and his surroundings. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice appeared suddenly and disappeared quickly. Fang Yuan inspected himself. He did not find anything wrong. He then inspected his surroundings. There were many gu formations set up in Luopa Valley. There were also many remnants of gu formations. However, Fang Yuan did not find any wisdom path gu formations. He lowered his head and pondered. He felt that even though there was something fishy about this matter, it was still very believable. Why? Firstly, it was because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. Secondly, the information told Fang Yuan that he needed to use Open Door Gu to enter Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. I am already a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Ordinary Wisdom Path methods cannot affect me. Not to mention that among Central Continent's Gu Immortals, the only Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Old Oracle, is already dead. Actually, the way to prove it is true is very simple. I need to check it out myself. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He carefully approached his destination. On the way, he bypassed 4 gu formations, and even unraveled 3. Central Continent's Gu Immortals set up a large number of gu formations around Luopa Valley. This was because they had been attacking Shadow Sect from the outside for a long time. When they attacked the valley, the gu formations set up by Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals, they were all destroyed by the Central Continent Gu Immortals. After the battle, Central Continent's Gu Immortals officially occupied this valley. By then, the intense battle had already ended. There was no need to set up any gu formations. Adding on Fang Yuan's rising wisdom path attainment, these gu formations could not obstruct him. A moment later, he arrived at the location indicated by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. Fang Yuan observed for a long time. He was not in a hurry to activate Open Door Gu. In the end, he didn't find any clues. It was very safe here. At the very least, Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort and means. None of them managed to detect anything. After confirming again and again, his eyes shone, finally making up his mind and activating Open Door Gu. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also used Open Door Gu in Luopa Valley, but it had no effect. Fang Yuan had always thought that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements were already destroyed by the Shadow Sect. But this time, not long after Fang Yuan activated it, something strange happened. A door of light suddenly appeared in midair. Then, a beam of light shone on Fang Yuan, who was ready for battle. Fang Yuan was shocked. After thinking for a moment, he allowed the light pillar to suck him in. At the next moment, Fang Yuan entered the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space. This space was empty. It was very vast. Behind him was the door of light. It did not disappear because he had entered, and it was still there. However, the size of the light door was getting smaller and smaller. If it shrunk to its limit, it might vanish. The sound of wind could be heard from not far away. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze to take a look. His body shook slightly. Winds of assimilation, he exclaimed. His gaze was filled with wariness. He was very clear of the power of the winds of assimilation. This wind could assimilate everything and grow him. Back then, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by the winds of assimilation. At this moment, dozens of winds of assimilation formed a tornado pillar, moving slowly in the true inheritance space. Fang Yuan quickly retreated, pulling apart the distance between him and the winds of assimilation. After a few hundred steps, Fang Yuan calmed down and started to observe this true inheritance space. To think that there is a space here. Is that strange information real? Fang Yuan was vigilant. He was still suspicious of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. He was not in a hurry to search for some true inheritance in this true inheritance space. Instead, he concentrated on Closed Door Gu. If Open Door Gu can enter, then Closed Door Gu can Close Door Gu. Fang Yuan activated Closed Door Gu. Sure enough, at the next moment, the shrinking light door in his vision vanished. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He activated Open Door Gu again. Under the effect of this rank 5 mortal goo, a brand new light door formed in front of him. Fang Yuan stepped through this light door, leaving thieving heaven's true inheritance space and returning to Luopa Valley. This means that the information should be real. No, more accurately speaking, the parts regarding open door goo and closed door goo should be real. Fang Yuan could not help but feel anticipation. He entered the true inheritance space again. According to the information, although these winds of assimilation are real, they are harmless to me. And I have to get rid of these winds of assimilation to trigger the inheritance of the true inheritance. Fang Yuan carefully got close to one of the winds of assimilation, revealing his true form and extending his 8 thick arms. He slowly extended one of his arms into the tornado pillar. Suddenly, the deep roaring winds of assimilation dissipated completely. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He muttered, "Unbelievable. These winds of assimilation can assimilate everything, but in this true inheritance space, they are restricted to this extent. Even if the Gu immortal who set this up is not thieving heaven demon venerable, just based on this method, he is definitely an unparalleled great expert." Although one of the winds of assimilation disappeared, Fang Yuan was not careless. Every time he touched the wind pillar, he was extremely cautious. If anything went wrong, he would retreat at lightning speed. Every time he moved a certain distance, he would use open door goo and closed door goo to keep the light door closest to him. This way, even if something happened and he could not use fixed immortal travel in time, Fang Yuan could travel through the light door at an even faster speed and return to the outside world. Under Fang Yuan's hard work, the winds of assimilation disappeared one after another. They disappeared one after another. After a while, all that was left was the tornado pillar in the center. Fang Yuan looked at it and found, this tornado pillar was not only the largest, it was also the fastest. The sound of the wind whistled in Fang Yuan's ears. He could vaguely hear something. There seemed to be something hidden at the center of the wind pillar. Don't tell me thieving heaven demon venerable's true inheritance is inside the wind pillar. Fang Yuan could not help but guess. He stretched out his finger and touched this dark green wind pillar. The winds of assimilation suddenly vanished. A person appeared. This person was sitting cross-legged in the air, wearing a red and white robe. He let out a weak trace of rank 8 aura. "Feng Jioga!" Fang Yuan shouted. He subconsciously retreated. But Feng Jioga reacted faster than him. He abruptly opened his eyes, which shot out an inch of light. After the dazzling light swept past Fang Yuan's body, Feng Jioga turned into a rainbow light and moved at lightning speed, passing through Fang Yuan's body and entering the light door. The entire process happened in less than a blink of an eye. Fang Yuan reacted. His first action was to activate closed door goo. As the light door closed, Fang Yuan's heart that was in his throat finally calmed down. Why is Feng Jioga here? Could it be that the place he was trapped in was this true inheritance space? Since he is here, where are the others? Qin Bai Sheng, where are Ao Shua and Ling Mei? Fang Yuan quickly checked, but the true inheritance space was empty. There was only an information path mortal goo floating in front of Fang Yuan. This information path goo worm was left behind by Feng Jioga. After Fang Yuan picked it up. After finding nothing wrong, he injected his divine sense into it. Fang Yuan, so you are an otherworldly demon. I will keep this secret for you. You want to ask me why I know you? Because I am Feng Kim Huang's father. You saved my life today, I will return it to you in the future. After I leave, you will be the only one left in the true inheritance space. You will inherit thieving heaven's true inheritance. Until we meet again. Feng Jioga. Fang Yuan touched this letter goo. He had a complex expression. He sighed, placing this letter goo into his immortal aperture. At this time, the entire true inheritance space started to dim. The originally bright light turned into darkness in the blink of an eye. In this darkness, there was only a faint light left. It was where Fang Yuan was standing. A man's voice filled with magnetism could be heard from the darkness. Wanderer from afar. You are the same as me, a pitiful person who has no home to return to. My name is Ben Jia's son, people call me Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Actually, I am just a wanderer who wants to return home. This world is like a cage of despair. If you also want to go home, then accept this gift from me. I believe it will definitely help you. But if you want to return home, you will need to rely on your own hard work. Also, this gift is called Ghostly Concealment. At the next moment, Fang Yuan appeared in Luopa Valley. His whole body was covered in a layer of gray light. Fang Yuan ignored this gray light, he activated his investigative and defensive methods, staying alert of his surroundings. Feng Jioge did not appear. It seems that his injuries are extremely severe, he does not even have 5% of his battle strength left. If not for this, he might have attacked me in the true inheritance space. But, this person is indeed clear about gratitude and grudges. He will repay kindness and take revenge for hatred. His biography after his death also proved this point. He said he wanted to repay me for saving his life. I am afraid, it is true. Fang Yuan pondered. Thinking of this, Feng Jioge did not attack Fang Yuan directly, it might not be because he did not have enough battle strength, but because Fang Yuan had saved his life. No matter what, Fang Yuan had profited greatly this time. Showing kindness to Feng Jioge, this huge favor might be of great use in the future. Obtaining ghostly concealment, even though Fang Yuan did not know what use it had, but it was still the Thieving Heaven inheritance. Other than these two, there was also this Luopa Valley. Feng Jioge might have already left Luopa Valley, now is the best time to take this valley. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided to act. Chapter 999. Hui Fengzi was shocked and furious. Even though he did not surrender willingly, he was forced by the situation. But since he had joined a Central Continent force, he could only work for Central Continent for the time being. Since the Central Continent Gu Immortals placed him here and ordered him to guard Luopa Valley, they had naturally arranged many methods on him. Hui Fengzi was controlled by others, for his own safety, he had to stand up and stop Fang Yuan from taking Luopa Valley. But when he saw Fang Yuan, the furious Hui Fengzi's body shook as he shouted in fear, "Feng Jioge." Fang Yuan glanced at him plainly with a plain expression. The Central Continent Gu Immortals had already left Northern Plains and returned to Central Continent. Thus, they had to arrange some backup plans in Northern Plains. As astute as Fang Yuan was, how could he not consider this? Therefore, before he collected Luopa Valley, he changed into Feng Jioge's appearance. So the Central Continent Gu Immortals arranged for Hui Fengzi to stay here. It seems that Central Continent's methods are not bad, they made this Northern Plains' fastest person go against his will to protect Central Continent's benefits. Furthermore, looking at his expression, did he not see Feng Jioge leave earlier? Is Feng Jioge still in this valley? No, that is not possible. During the 100 Days battle, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals have already broken out. Feng Jioge knows this is a dangerous place, his injuries are extremely severe, even though he wants to repay me for saving his life, he is indeed in a hurry to escape. In the true inheritance space, he did not even say a word to me. One must be vigilant against others. Feng Jioge's decision was very wise. After all, Fang Yuan was not Zhao Yanyan. In the previous life, when Zhao Yanyan appeared, Feng Jioge took the initiative to instruct. In this life, when it was Fang Yuan's turn, Feng Jioge kept quiet. Needless to say, if Fang Yuan knew of Feng Jioge's existence, he would have attacked. Even if they killed one Feng Jioge, they would not be able to obtain his immortal Gu. Obtaining his soul and searching his soul was also a great fortune. Furthermore, if they captured Feng Jioge alive, be it extorting Spirit Affinity House, or Feng Jioge's enemies, it would be a huge deal. Feng Jioge's injuries are extremely serious. He was deeply vigilant. He didn't say a word to me. Perhaps after leaving Luopa Valley, he had also discovered Hui Fengzi, but he did not greet him. Firstly, he didn't know that Hui Fengzi had surrendered. Secondly, even if he knew that Hui Fengzi had surrendered to Zhongzhou state, he was still afraid of internal strife among the 10 ancient sections. After all, the human heart was unfathomable. And Feng Jioge's current state. We can no longer take the risk. Fang Yuan's expression didn't change, but his mind was already racing. In the short span of a few breaths, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. It's true. Hui Fengzi secretly used some methods. After verifying the authenticity, he let out a sigh of relief. Feng Jioge was the leader of Central Continent's Gu immortals. If he took Luopa Valley, Hui Fengzi would have no reason to stop him. This subordinate greets Lord Feng Jioge. Hui Fengzi obediently flew over and bowed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. I understand what happened. I have already understood it. Protect me, do not disturb me when taking Luopa Valley. It was a short sentence, not much was said. But he had already explained some problems in advance, to prevent Hui Fengzi from having more suspicions. Yes, Lord. Hui Fengzi quickly nodded. Like this, under Hui Fengzi's loyal protection, Fang Yuan successfully took Luopa Valley. This is Luopa Valley. Even though it has been taken, there are still many blessed lands left. You will continue to guard this place, do not make any mistakes. Before leaving, Fang Yuan told Hui Fengzi solemnly. Hui Fengzi did not suspect anything, he quickly acknowledged. Fang Yuan slowly flew away from this place. Since Feng Jioge has already escaped, it means that Qin Baisheng has already been defeated. Hui Fengzi looked at Feng Jioge's back and sighed in his heart at Feng Jioge's strength. Hui Fengzi was not surprised at this result. After all, he knew that Qin Baisheng was heavily injured. Hui Fengzi suddenly thought, oh no. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are restraining each other, there is internal competition. Feng Jioge is only a member of Spirit Affinity House. I have no reason to stop him from taking Luopa Valley, but I need to spread this information to the other 9 sections. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate, he quickly used his information path method. Prince's impatience soon received his message. Oh. Feng Jioge is still alive. Not only did he come out, he even took Luopa Valley. Prince's impatience could not contain his joy, he laughed heartily. Furthermore, after Fang Yuan left Hui Fengzi, he flew quickly and met up with Tai Bai Yunsheng and the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong after he was relatively safe. These two had already been arranged by Fang Yuan to stay far away, they were prepared for emergencies. At the same time, he had been communicating with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. If there was any danger, he would inform them. Adding on the relationship between He Lulan and Blazing Heaven Demoness, even if a rank 8 Gu immortal appeared, Fang Yuan could barely deal with them. Of course. The current situation could not be any better. Fang Yuan alone successfully took Luopa Valley. And He Lulan was not like in his previous life, she did not have He Cheng's soul, she could not know of Luopa Valley's existence. Fang Yuan planned to get rich silently, he would not tell them about Luopa Valley's matter. Fairy Li Shan had once suppressed Fang Yuan could not tell them about Luopa Valley. Once they knew, with Blazing Heaven Demoness' domineering attitude, she would definitely demand something from Luopa Valley. Even if I want to use Luopa Valley to transact with them in the future. That will be when my soul attains great completion. Fang Yuan returned to Star Form Blessed Land, he placed Luopa Valley there. He Lulan often went to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She wanted to use Strength Qi Immortal Gu to help the hairy men refine Airsac Gu. Thus, it was not wise to place Luopa Valley in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The matter of Luopa Valley came to an end, but Fang Yuan's mental state was still unsettled. Luopa Valley's gains far surpassed his expectations, but the process was far beyond Fang Yuan's control of the situation. He lost control of the situation. Fang Yuan hated this feeling, he felt waves of unease. In thieving heaven's true inheritance, Fang Yuan obtained ghostly concealment. Fang Yuan inspected his body, he found that his soul was wrapped in a layer of Dao marks. But what was the true use of ghostly concealment? Fang Yuan still had not figured it out. Fortunately, he had already joined Langya's sect. Thus, Fang Yuan personally went to Langya Blessed Land to ask about thieving heaven demon venerable. Land spirit of Langya did not conceal anything, he did not make any requests, he told Fang Yuan a lot of information. Thieving heaven demon venerable has many inheritances, but there are only 10 true inheritances. The inheritance you obtained earlier made me promise to refine Gu 3 times. These are not true inheritances. Every thieving heaven true inheritance. They are all peerless treasures, they are the essence of thieving heaven demon venerable's cultivation. Even chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven if they obtain them. But there is only one standard for every true inheritance. That is, the inheritor must be an otherworldly demon. According to rumors, thieving heaven demon venerable has 2 defensive killer moves called divine concealment. The use of divine concealment is to block all deductions of thoughts, wills, and emotions. As for ghostly concealment, it has always been very mysterious, I do not know much about it, it seems to be related to the soul. You are suddenly interested in thieving heaven demon venerable's information? Why? Did you obtain some clues about thieving heaven true inheritances? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, you guessed right. Divine concealment, ghostly concealment. Land spirit of Langya sighed, if I had divine concealment, Langya Blessed Land would become a true paradise, it would no longer be harassed by heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. It is a pity that thieving heaven demon venerable arranged 10 true inheritances in the past, they are extremely secretive, until now, I have not heard of anyone obtaining his true inheritance. His true inheritances come in pairs. Divine concealment and ghostly concealment are a pair. Inheriting one of them will give you clues to the other. Fang Yuan, if you can obtain divine concealment and contribute it to Langya sect, I will make you the second supreme elder. In the whole of Langya sect, you will only be below me, you will have great authority. Furthermore, you can also obtain a rank 7 immortal Gu from my treasury for free. Ah, no, at least 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. Fang Yuan nodded, the change in land spirit of Langya's nature was indeed very beneficial to him. At least, if it was the previous land spirit of Langya, with his conservative nature, he would not have promised Fang Yuan such benefits. However, if I obtain divine concealment, it will be thieving heaven demon venerable's true inheritance. Back then, thieving heaven demon venerable stole everywhere, nobody could deduce his location, wasn't it because of divine concealment and ghostly concealment? This inheritance is countless times more precious than 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with joy. Land spirit of Langya had an awkward expression before laughing, resolving the awkwardness, you are right. Actually, I have not finished speaking, not only are there 2 rank 7 immortal Gu, there are also countless immortal Gu recipes and even immortal killer moves, all sorts of secrets, inheritance clues, and so on, you can check them all. How is it, is this reward enough? That's more like it. When I obtain divine concealment, I will return. Fang Yuan obtained the information he wanted, he did not linger in Langya Blessed Land, he turned around and left. Langya Land Spirit's eyes were wide open as he looked at Fang Yuan's back, muttering, this guy, he might really have some clues. If I obtain divine concealment, what do I have to worry about? Waha! Even if he becomes the second supreme elder, the other hairy man Gu immortals will only listen to me, waha! I accidentally blurted out the words in my heart again. Land spirit of Langya covered his mouth, looking at Fang Yuan anxiously. Fang Yuan was already used to this, he laughed internally. If it were any other force or organization, he might be on guard and be careful. But after joining Langya's sect, with such a leader, it was simply too easy. I heard everything you said, Wang Yao said. Fang Yuan waved his hand at Lan's spirit of Langya without turning back, activating fixed immortal travel and leaving Langya blessed land. Lan's spirit of Langya was left behind with a dejected expression, stomping his feet in hatred as he mumbled, "Damn it! Damn it!" After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he fell into deep thought. I am a transmigrator, even though my body is born here, my soul is an otherworldly guest. Thus, I am an otherworldly demon, I have the qualifications to inherit thieving heaven's true inheritance. Earlier, thieving heaven demon Venerable's words seemed to imply that he is also an otherworldly demon. Inheriting thieving heaven's true inheritance is both difficult and easy. The key is only one point, that is my identity as an otherworldly demon. No wonder thieving heaven demon Venerable set up this true inheritance and spread clues everywhere. I was curious earlier why the clues of open door goo and closed door goo were so easily obtained. But after I obtained ghostly concealment, there are no clues of divine concealment. This means that divine concealment has already been obtained by someone else. Chapter 1000. Fang Yuan still had many questions. He consulted the land spirit of Langya, but it did not give him the answer he wanted. As for ghostly concealment, Fang Yuan still did not have any concrete clues. Up till now, he only knew that ghostly concealment targeted the soul. Concealment of God is already so extraordinary. The ghostly concealment that is on par with it shouldn't be too far off. Actually, compared to ghostly concealment, I'm more concerned about that song. Every time he thought of this, Fang Yuan would subconsciously frown. The poem that star constellation Immortal Venerable sang in the dream realm was very strange. Logically speaking, the poem originated from a dream and should have nothing to do with reality. But Fang Yuan's experience in Luopa Valley showed that this poem had a great practical meaning. It was almost a prophetic poem. Speaking of predictions, this has always been the forte of wisdom path great experts. For example, Immortal Yi Yen prophesied about the three venerables. Is this a prophecy dream realm left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable? Fang Yuan guessed. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path. After her death, she left behind a method to scheme against 3 demon venerables and protect Celestial Court. Such dazzling battle achievements made her position in Wisdom Path as firm as a mountain, and future generations could only look up to her. Her dream was special, and it was not surprising that it had the function of prophecy. Moreover, although Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life, at that time, the dream path was developing rapidly and was in full swing. There were countless dream realms that had yet to be fully explored. It wasn't strange that Fang Yuan didn't know about such a special dream. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out. Life is full of misfortunes. The first line of this poem should be talking about Luopa Valley's thieving heaven true inheritance and Feng Jioga. What's the second sentence? Broken swords sink into the sand, rise and fall through the ages. The endless heavenly river surges. Fang Yuan murmured. Heavenly river. Falling heavenly river. Broken sword sinks into sand. Are you talking about the #1 swordsman, Bo Qing? It has already been countless years since he lost his life to the calamity. When he rose, the 5 regions all had their eyes on him. When he was defeated, there was no corpse left, and the light dissipated. It can be said to be the rise and fall of thousands of years. After experiencing Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan had already memorized the entire poem. The more he calculated, the more he felt. The second line of the poem was related to Sword Immortal Bo Qing. Combined with the memories of his past life, Fang Yuan's determination to explore the falling sky river became even firmer. He had always wanted to go. Even though it was dangerous, the corpses of the ancient and primordial level wild beasts and desolate plants at the source of the falling heavenly river were all excellent immortal ingredients. Even though it could not compare to the rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials that Fang Yuan obtained in Earth Trench, it was still not enough. But the amount of immortal materials was extremely huge, and the total value was even higher than what Feng Yuan had gained in the earth trench. Even though he had fallen to the bottom of the heavenly river, a large number of Gu immortals died. But at the initial stage of the exploration, almost every Gu immortal made a huge profit. It was a huge windfall. It seems that immortal zombie Bo Qing's appearance has great value. However, now was not the best time to explore. Firstly, there is no pattern when the sword lights erupt, just a graze and you will be injured. It is too dangerous. Secondly, there are countless ancient and immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants living at the bottom of falling heavenly river. There are turbulent undercurrents and whirlpools everywhere. It is extremely dangerous. Even though Feng Yuan had the modified immortal killer move Familiar Face, this move had its limits. Feng Yuan could only transform into a human form at the moment. He could not transform into beasts or other species. The original version of Familiar Face could change anything. Why? Because Feng Yuan had not refined Change Form Immortal Gu. Change Form Immortal Gu was the core of Familiar Face. Once he had Change Form Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan could transform into other species and break away from the shackles of only being able to disguise as a human. But even with Change Form Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan could not enter the bottom of falling heavenly river. Besides ancient and immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants, there were countless dangerous natural traps in falling heavenly river that could take Feng Yuan's life. Only when Bo Qing's sword lights finished erupting would falling heavenly river be cleansed by the sword lights, the beasts and plants would be cleared, and the natural traps would also be destroyed. This was the best chance to enter the bottom of falling heavenly river. For the time being, Feng Yuan could only wait. There was no better way. Back to Prince's Impatience. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Prince's Impatience was one of the peak existences in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. But his true identity was a Central Continent spy arranged by Spirit Affinity House for many years. He had infiltrated Northern Plains when he was a Gu Master. He ascended to Gu Immortal along the way, becoming a genuine Northern Plains Gu Immortal. On one hand, it was because of Spirit Affinity House's support. On the other hand, it was his own hard work and talent that allowed him to reach his current level. Prince's Impatience was loyal to Spirit Affinity House. He was clear about Feng Jioge's strategic importance to Spirit Affinity House. During the period when Feng Jiege was missing, he had been extremely worried. When he received Hui Fengzi's message and learned that Feng Jiege had appeared, he was overjoyed. However, he did not know that the Feng Jiege in this message was Feng Yuan in disguise. He waited for a few days, but did not see Feng Jiege. I am Spirit Affinity House's leader in Northern Plains. Since Feng Jiege has escaped, why didn't he come to find me? Did he encounter some strong enemy or trouble? Prince's Impatience knew about Feng Jioge's battle strength, but he also knew about the intense battle between Feng Jiege and Qin Baisheng. Feng Jiege had been trapped for so long, and only now did he appear. This information itself hinted at Feng Jioge's sorry state. But since Feng Jiege has escaped, why didn't he come to find me at the first moment? Right now, the other Central Continent Gu Immortals have already returned. If he wants to return to Central Continent, he might not be able to do it alone. He needs to borrow my strength. Does he not trust me? Prince's Impatience was puzzled when he received a letter from Spirit Affinity House's headquarters. The letter stated that several days ago, Zhao Yanyan had successfully obtained divine concealment, and also learned that ghostly concealment was the thieving heaven true inheritance in Luopa Valley. Since Prince's Impatience could become rank 8, he was naturally a perceptive person. After receiving the letter, he suddenly understood. So that's it. He heaved a long sigh. A world with people. There would be conflicts. No matter how united an organization was, there would be internal strife. Feng Jiege had been domineering for too long. He had definitely caused dissatisfaction among Spirit Affinity House's internal forces. This dissatisfaction erupted when Feng Jiege went missing. Just by looking at the date when Zhao Yanyan obtained divine concealment, Prince's impatience knew that someone was intentionally stalling for time. He immediately understood Feng Jioge's plan. It seems that Feng Jioge is restraining himself. He wants to see who in the sect is plotting against him. Or perhaps, he has already seen through them, but he could not find an excuse to suppress them. He wants to use this chance to grab hold of their weakness. He will send these people into the abyss. Thus, there's no way Feng Jioge would come to me so soon. Because he knows that he cannot influence me, I will immediately send this news back to the sect. But I am the safest here. I am the force he needs to rely on to return to Central Continent. He was not a man without wisdom, but a hero with a strategy. Outside, there is Shadow Sect. Inside, there is internal strife. He is likely to be injured. Even if he does not come here, he will definitely get close to me. If anything happens, he will be able to ask for help from me in time. Thus, if I search, I should first search the surroundings. Thinking of this, Prince's impatience's eyes flickered with bright light. He immediately moved. When a rank 8 Gu impatience searched with all his might, the results were extraordinary. Soon, Prince's impatience found Feng Jioge. Ha ha ha, Brother Jioge, you made me search for so long. You made me look for you for a long time. He was extremely happy as he patted Feng Jioge's shoulder and laughed loudly. I hope Brother Crown Prince will not blame me. Feng Jioge's expression was still pale. I understand. Prince's impatience nodded. Let's go. My grotto heaven is the safest place to recuperate. This Feng Jioge was naturally not Fang Yuan in disguise. The two entered the grotto heaven and talked. They knew that someone else was involved in the matter of Luopa Valley. Prince's impatience was slightly angry. Hui Fengzi did not do his job well. He should be punished. As for the Gu immortal who took Luopa Valley, he might be from Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's image flashed in Feng Jioge's mind. He did not speak. Prince's impatience continued. When I saw you, I sent a message back to the sect. The fact that you came back alive is the best news I've ever received. I can't let my sister-in-law and niece wait for me in sorrow. When you recover, I will hold a celebration banquet for you for 7 days and 7 nights before arranging for your return to Central Continent. At that time, we will drink to our heart's content. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly. He knew what Prince's impatience meant. To Prince's impatience, he was in Central Continent, he was half an outsider, he had to consider the rise and fall of the sect and its benefits. Feng Jioge wanted to suppress the other Gu immortals in other sects. If it was too intense, it would cause internal friction in the sect. Prince's impatience did not want to see this. But when he thought of his wife and daughter, Feng Jioge's heart softened. Never mind. Brother Crown Prince is truly considerate. Feng Jioge cupped his fists, his words were very subtle. Hearing this reply, Prince's impatience laughed even more happily. When the news spread to Spirit Affinity House, the higher-ups cheered. Feng Jioge's disappearance gave these Gu immortals a lot of mental pressure. When Feng Jioge was around, they had subconsciously neglected his importance. This time, his disappearance made Spirit Affinity House's Gu immortals realize the importance of Feng Jioge to the whole of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Kim Hong stopped crying and smiled. Fairy Bai Qing also had a smile on her face. Some were happy, while others were sad. Feng Jioge did not die. We will not have a good time in the following days. Su Hao and Li Juning had heavy moods. They purposely delayed and did not report the news of Zhao Yenyun, although it was not obvious, anyone with a discerning eye could see it. Even if Feng Jioge could not find any evidence against them, when he returns, he would definitely be dissatisfied with Su Hao and Li Juning. It was natural for him to suppress them. Feng Jioge's news was sent to Spirit Affinity House in advance. There was naturally no higher-ups meeting. There was also no Fairy Bai Qing investigating Bo Qing. However, the matter of Bo Qing's immortal zombie reappearing still happened unstoppably. Swords traverse Central Continent. Countless sword lights shocked mortals and immortals. When the sword lights calmed down, countless Gu immortals started to rush to the source of falling heavenly river. But before them, Fang Yuan had already arrived at the scene of the incident. Chapter 1001. This is the immemorial desolate beast, myriad eyes, clear bull. Fang Yuan looked at falling heavenly river. A sinking bull head attracted his attention. He quickly went over and used his methods to fish up this bull head. Immemorial desolate beasts were powerful lifeforms that could rival rank 8 Gu immortals. Myriad eyes, clear bull had a huge body. Just this bull head was the size of a hill. And it was very heavy. Fang Yuan had pulled out Luopa Valley before, but just this bull head was heavier than Luopa Valley. Most of this bull head's weight is on the bull's horns. Amazing, this bull horn was cut off by the sword light, only half is left, but it is still so heavy. Fang Yuan was inwardly tongue-tied. This bull horn was a rank 8 immortal material. It was filled with metal path and earth path Dao marks. And this bull's skin was very rare, it had a lot of water path Dao marks. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan only had the bull's head part of the hide. If it was the bull's myriad eyes striped hide, not only would it have water path Dao marks, it would also have light path Dao marks. It would be great for making investigative immortal Gu. However, the pair of eyes on the bull's head was where the essence of the 1,000 eyes clear bull lay. This bull's eyes were dark and deep, they had a lot of dark path Dao marks. When Fang Yuan obtained it, there were still many wild dark path mortal Gu inside, most of them were rank 5, they had not escaped yet. The eyes of the 10,000 eyes bright bull could not see. They were blind to begin with. The myriad eyes clear bull's true organs for seeing were the eye patterns on its thick bull skin. This was very mystical. For a rank 8 life form like this, the Dao marks on its body had formed a mystical life instinct. For example, the 10,000 li mouth boa was also an immemorial desolate beast, it had the powerful ability to regrow broken limbs. And what gave it this ability were the mystical Dao marks on its body. Only by destroying these Dao marks could it truly kill the 10,000 li mouth boa. But the 10,000 li mouth boa was a life form that lived in the depths of earth trenches or earth abyss. It did not exist in falling heavenly river. The life forms in falling heavenly river mainly used water path, with earth path, metal path, wind path, light path, and dark path as supplementary paths. There were very few fire path life forms. This is the right arm of the ancient desolate beast Icefall divine ape. This is the tail of an ancient desolate beast, snow mud crocodile. What is this? Whatever, I'll put it away first. Fang Yuan was prepared for this and quickly plundered everything. These were all broken limbs and body parts. There were some that Fang Yuan could recognize, and some that he couldn't. There were many ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants. There were only a few primordial beasts. But this was a rank 8 immortal material. It was also extremely valuable. Every time Fang Yuan made a discovery, he could not help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. Good heavens! This looks like a life and death Kunpeng. Fang Yuan exclaimed. When he was about to collect all the immortal materials floating on the river, he found the 19th rank 8 immortal material. It was a gray fish the size of a ship. It does not have fins, but in the fin area. There were Taoist markings of feathers and wings. Life and Death Kunpeng is a rule path immemorial desolate beast, it is extremely special. Its body was filled with life and death Dao marks, and it had 2 life forms. One was a fish, the other was a bird. As a fish, it lived for 8,000 years, after dying, it turned into a bird and lived for another 8,000 years before truly dying. This life and death Kunpeng looks like it is about to turn into a bird. It is probably over 7,000 years old. Fang Yuan sighed. Even though humans were the spirit of all living beings, their lifespan was very short. Especially immemorial desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. They could live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. not to mention the plants and trees. The most famous example was Northern Plains Kumu Mountain. It was not a mountain, but an old earth tree. This tree had over 1 million years of history. It was extremely huge, that was why it was called a mountain. Compared to it, even primordial origin immortal venerable who had the longest lifespan was only 25,000 years. Red Lotus demon venerable who had the shortest lifespan was only 3,000 years, he was not even a fraction of the old earth tree's age. This life and death Kuan Peng. Its corpse was relatively intact, only the fish head was cut off by the sword light, but the entire fish body was still intact. Furthermore, it had life and death Dao marks. This special rule path Dao mark was very rare in the world. Thus, it was even more valuable. This life and death Kuan Peng is probably my biggest gain this time. After keeping the life and death Kuan Peng in his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan sighed to himself. At this time, the blood in falling heavenly river was boiling. Large numbers of fierce beasts and even some immemorial level water plants. They were all fighting over these broken corpses and limbs. Fang Yuan did not have enough battle strength, he could only rely on his sharp eyes and quick hands to collect the immortal materials that floated out of the river. But from time to time, some immortal materials floated out. Most of these immortal materials were collected by Fang Yuan. Some were intimidated by the ferocious beasts in the water. Fang Yuan wisely did not fight with these beasts for food. Gradually, the situation under the river was in chaos. These severed limbs and minced meat were also excellent food for these creatures. As their food dwindled, they started to fight and kill each other. Sometimes, the corpses of some dead ancient desolate beasts would float out of the river. Fang Yuan took the chance to take advantage of them, he really made a fortune. As time passed, Fang Yuan's gains became lesser and lesser, the risk of picking up immortal materials also became higher. He was hesitant. On one hand, he wanted to stop and leave, on the other hand, he wanted to explore the river. After all, the second line of star constellation Immortal Venerable's poem seemed to be referring to immortal zombie Bo Qing. But all of this was just his guess, he was not too sure. Right at this time, star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice resounded in his ears again. Her voice was lonely, a hero in dire straits, life is full of troubles. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times, endless heavenly river rumbles. Sorrow, spectral night is long and dreamy, where can I find peace? Things change and hearts change, only providence is boundless. As the song faded, a second mysterious message appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Sword Immortal Bo Qing, Mo Yao's remnant soul. Fang Yuan was shocked, bright light shined in his eyes. So what if I take a risk? As long as I obtain Sword Immortal Bo Qing's Sword Path Immortal Gu, even if I cannot display its true power, I can still obtain a quasi-immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan was very decisive, he immediately left this area of the river and dove into the river far away. Because the sword lights had swept through the area, and because almost all of the fierce lifeforms were fighting in that river, Fang Yuan's diving was very smooth. In fact, he even picked up many natural immortal materials. Like snow mud, refractory water, Chilan ice, and so on. Arriving at the place where the mysterious message pointed him, Fang Yuan slowly stopped in the river. He took out Mo Yao's fake will. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Mo Yao's fake will was furious at first, but it was soon weakened by Fang Yuan's methods, it was defenseless and could only let Fang Yuan do whatever he wanted. There seems to be providence in it. Mo Yao, your fake will cause me to collapse 88-point Jinyang Tower, I will take it back today. Mo Yao's fake will was restrained by Fang Yuan, it slowly dissipated as an intense aura spread out. Sensing this aura, a pillar of light appeared, an unparalleled sword qi soared into the sky. Fang Yuan almost retreated in shock, but the sword qi did not affect him, it only cleared the surroundings and was very gentle to him. In the pillar of light, Sword Immortal Bo Qing's immortal zombie body slowly appeared. Fang Yuan held his breath, his eyes fixed on Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. The latter did not open his eyes, they were still shut. This meant that Mo Yao's remnant soul inside the zombie body was still in a daze. This remnant soul had only sensed a familiar aura, and was lured by Fang Yuan's method, appearing earlier. His whole body was shrouded in sword light, Fang Yuan could only get 3 steps closer. This distance was already the limit. If he got any closer, Fang Yuan would not be able to conceal himself. After all, he was only relying on Mo Yao's remnant fake will from back then. And this fake will had already been weakened by Fang Yuan many times. Basically, I cannot use any other methods now. I can only use Mo Yao's will to disguise my aura and lure the immortal goo out of immortal zombie Bo Qing's body. Fang Yuan was very careful, afraid that he would wake the other party up if he made any big movements. Actually, the most effective method was to take away all of immortal zombie Bo Qing's rank 8 immortal essence. That way, no matter how many immortal goo he had, no matter how powerful they would have no origin. However, there was also the possibility of special existences like Dream Wing's immortal goo. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had been dead for a long time, his immortal aperture's dead land had already dissipated. If not for the dense sword light surrounding his body, Fang Yuan could even capture him alive. But reality did not go as Fang Yuan wished. The dense sword light protected immortal zombie Bo Qing. If it offended him, he would be struck by the destructive sword light. According to the mysterious information in his mind, Fang Yuan acted according to the method. He soon obtained an immortal goo. This immortal goo was like a goose egg, the eggshell was translucent, from the outside, one could see a dense jade green light inside. As it got closer, Fang Yuan could feel a bone-chilling coldness coming from this immortal goo. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Although he did not know what immortal goo this was or what use it had, the strong aura of the immortal goo told him that this was a rank 7 immortal goo. What kind of person was Bo Qing back then? Even in history, he had the highest battle strength below Venerable. Although he was not invincible in the world, it was still easy for him to suppress Zhongzhou state. The immortal goo he used were probably not rank 6. They were at least rank 7, and his core sword path immortal goo were definitely rank 8. If not for that, he would not have such terrifying battle strength in history. Fang Yuan used Mo Yao's aura to carefully wrap around this immortal goo, he then used wisdom path methods to seal it layer by layer. These seals were very weak, they could only deceive. They deceived this immortal goo's consciousness, making it think that it was still in its owner's hands and had not fallen into someone else's hands. Fang Yuan could not touch this immortal goo for now, he kept it in his immortal aperture. Next, he did the same thing to Bo Qing, using his methods. Chapter 1002. This immortal goo was only the size of an adult's index finger, it was silvery white in color, shining with a dazzling luster. It was shaped like a centipede, but the centipede's 100 feet were covered with soft hairs. This looks like sword eyebrows immortal goo. Fang Yuan thought for a moment, and an idea flashed through his mind. This was one of the pieces of information he learned from the information given by Feng Kim Hong. Sword immortal Bo Qing had a rank 7 immortal goo Jian Mei, it was not an offensive goo but used for sword path cultivation. When a goo immortal uses it, it can transform the goo immortal's eyebrows. Every thin eyebrow was engraved with a sword Dao mark. Dao marks had a huge amplification effect on the power of immortal goo. No matter how thick or short a person's eyebrows were, if one were to really count them, there would definitely be quite a number of eyebrows. This immortal goo is very valuable, but to me, it is better than nothing. After all, I do not walk the path of sword path. Fang Yuan also used Mo Yao's aura to cover this immortal goo, storing it carefully. A moment later, the third immortal goo appeared in front of Fang Yuan. This immortal goo was quite special. Its shape was uncertain. It looked like a snake, but it also looked like a sword. Its entire body seemed to be a light blue, translucent liquid. After it was lured out, it flew around Fang Yuan's surroundings. The liquid formed the shape of a blade, vivid and lifelike. However, due to the constant movement of the sword, the blade was as smooth as silk, yet it gave Fang Yuan an extremely sharp feeling. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body's defense was not bad. But when this immortal goo revolved around his body, everywhere he went, Fang Yuan could feel a splitting sensation coming from the skin closest to it. Combining the information, Fang Yuan guessed that this immortal goo should be rank 7 wave sword goo. According to Spirit Affinity House's historical records, back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing had tried to kill him. He was preparing to raise this wave sword goo to rank 8. But he failed. The goo refinement failure caused Bo Qing to suffer heavy losses. The rank 7 wave sword goo was completely destroyed. But later, Bo Qing spent a lot of time and effort to refine the rank 6 wave sword goo. After that, he worked tirelessly to raise the rank 6 wave sword goo to rank 7. The fourth immortal goo. It was the flying sword goo. From the outside, it had the appearance of a silver-winged dragonfly. This rank 7 immortal goo was one of Sword Immortal Bo Qing's most commonly used immortal goo in battle. He used this goo as the core, along with other immortal goo and a large number of mortal goo. He created many sword path killer moves that left a deep mark in history. For example, Invisible Flying Sword Killer Move, Sky Flying Sword Killer Move, Chasing Flying Sword Killer Move, 10,000 Li Flying Sword Killer Move, the fifth immortal goo. It was an immortal goo used for movement, called Sword Escape Goo. It was shaped like a bee with golden needles. Once it was activated, its body turned into a sharp sword that pierced through space and moved forward. Its speed was almost on par with Chi Escape immortal goo of the same rank. In Bo Qing's life, there was one such example among the countless illustrious military achievements. When he was rank 7, he fought against a goo immortal of the same rank. After 3 rounds, the goo immortal was no match. He used the rank 7 Chi Escape immortal goo to escape. Bo Qing chased with Sword Escape immortal goo. Although he did not chase, the distance did not increase. Next, Bo Qing used the Immortal Killer move. One of the core immortal goo of this move was this Sword Escape immortal goo. With one move, the enemy's head flew off, life and death were decided. After collecting the 5 immortal goo, Fang Yuan did not want to end here. He continued to attack the sleeping Bo Qing immortal zombie. Mo Yao's fake will was limited. He had already expended 65% of it. I wonder what immortal goo will be next. Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation and nervousness. It was like he was dancing on the tip of a knife. If immortal zombie Bo Qing woke up, it would be very disadvantageous to him. But Fang Yuan already knew that the one occupying the corpse was Mo Yao's remnant soul. He had methods to deal with it. With his glib tongue, it was not impossible to deceive the immortal zombie and remnant soul. What he was afraid of was that once immortal zombie Bo Qing woke up, he would be furious and not give Fang Yuan any time. He would directly kill him. Fang Yuan naturally would not take the initiative to awaken immortal zombie Bo Qing. He would not entrust his life to other people's reactions. This time, he activated the immortal goo, but there was no reaction. This was the longest time in history. More than half an hour had passed, but there were still no clues. Could it be that immortal zombie Bo Qing no longer has any immortal goo? That should not be possible, right? If he only has these immortal goo, how could he activate the sword light that covered the whole of Central Continent and had unparalleled might? After a full 2 hours, there was not much Mo Yao's fake will left in Fang Yuan's hands. He suddenly had a thought. He had set up many investigative mortal goo and goo formations near the shore of Falling Heavenly River. Suddenly, a large number of mortal goo and goo formations were pulled out one after another. Other goo immortals are coming. Fang Yuan's expression sank. Earlier, Fang Yuan had been picking up immortal materials on the river surface. He had been delayed for a long time. Thinking about it, it was not strange for a goo immortal to come now. But if this goo immortal discovered the abnormality at the bottom of the river and approached Fang Yuan, then Fang Yuan would be in trouble. Fang Yuan was not worried about this Gu immortal, but immortal zombie Bo Qing. After all, outsiders did not have Mo Yao's fake will and did not know the situation. What if they woke up immortal zombie Bo Qing and let the latter see that Fang Yuan was stealing his immortal Gu? Hee. The result was obvious. It was very likely that Fang Yuan would not even have time to speak before he was killed by immortal zombie Bo Qing. Mo Yao's fake will is almost completely used up, I need to leave in time. After all, I need to continue concealing my aura on the way. So I cannot completely use up Mo Yao's fake will in front of immortal zombie Bo Qing. Fang Yuan was too close to Bo Qing. If he directly activated fixed immortal travel, the immortal Gu's aura would definitely wake up Mo Yao's remnant soul in Bo Qing, he would be courting death. However, just as Fang Yuan was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out. The sixth immortal Gu finally appeared in front of him after a long time. This immortal Gu's appearance was very simple. It was like a bubble. It was fluttering and did not look impressive. But the aura it emitted caused Fang Yuan's eyes to widen involuntarily. This was a rank 8 sword path immortal Gu. No wonder it took so long to hook it out. But what immortal Gu is this? At once, Fang Yuan could not figure out what this rank 8 immortal Gu was. He did not have time to think. He immediately used the previous method, keeping it in his immortal aperture. Leave. Leave quickly. This time, his gains were already huge, far exceeding Fang Yuan's expectations. Huge gains, a huge pot full, these were not enough to describe his gains. In comparison, the gains in the Earth Trench inheritance could not even compare to this. Next. Gu immortals who came to explore Falling Heavenly River. There would be more and more of them. If they woke up immortal zombie Bo Qing, thus, he could not stay here for long. The process of leaving Falling Heavenly River was very smooth. That Gu immortal who came had rank 7 cultivation level, he had already digested the shock in his heart. At this moment, his attention was attracted by the fierce battle between the fierce beasts in the river. From time to time, there would be top-quality immortal materials. They would float to the surface. Then, they would be swallowed by the surging waves. This Gu immortal wanted to snatch these flesh and limbs, but he was hesitant and did not dare to make a move. After all, the best time had passed. If he wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, the risk would be huge. Fang Yuan left Falling Heavenly River far away, his heart relaxed slightly. Just as he was activating fixed immortal travel, his body suddenly shook. I remember now. This rank 8 immortal Gu is likely the legendary Wisdom Sword Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with wild joy. This immortal Gu was created by Bo Qing. Back then, even though he had outstanding battle strength, he suffered a lot from Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. To deal with Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, he created Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu is not just a Sword Path Immortal Gu, it also contains Wisdom Path profundities. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan immediately decided that when he subdued these Immortal Gu in the future, he would choose this Gu first. Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment Level. This gave Fang Yuan a vague realization. As long as he obtained Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu and used it, Fang Yuan's gains would not be as simple as a rank 8 Immortal Gu. His Wisdom Path methods would definitely advance by leaps and bounds, there would be a huge qualitative change. After safely returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan realized another important point. Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance, Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment Level, Rank 6 Star Thought Gu, Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Gu, and Rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Unknowingly, my Wisdom Path future seems to have become brighter. With the current situation, Strength Path and Time Path are more helpful to me. But in terms of prospects, Wisdom Path's prospects are far greater than Strength Path and Time Path. These Immortal Gu that he obtained were all arranged by him. Large numbers of Mo Yao's fake will were created by Fang Yuan and used as consumables to temporarily seal these Immortal Gu. As long as the will was not asleep and was thinking, it would expend a lot of energy. Back then in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Mo Yao's fake will relied on happy will immortal goo to strengthen itself. The more it expended, the more it replenished. Even though Fang Yuan did not have happy will immortal goo now, he had other methods. He was a wisdom path grandmaster, creating Mo Yao's fake will was easy for him. But this required countless mortal goo of different types. Fang Yuan had to spend some time to prepare them. And not long ago in Falling Heavenly River, things happened suddenly. Fang Yuan was pressed for time. He could not create Mo Yao's will. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt that his gains were unimaginable. The opportunity to steal other people's immortal goo was extremely rare. Because under normal circumstances, immortal goo could self-destruct with just a thought. Fang Yuan took advantage of immortal zombie Bo Qing's slumber. And in history, only thieving heaven demon Venerable was able to steal the immortal goo of a goo immortal when they were awake. The prophecy dream realm left behind by star constellation immortal Venerable is so amazing. What true meaning does the next few lines of the poem contain? Fang Yuan thought of the reason for this huge gain. He was both doubtful and expectant. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out, life is full of troubles. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times, endless heavenly river roars. Sorrow, spectral night is long and dreamy, where can one rest in peace? Things change and hearts shift, only providence is boundless. Fang Yuan knew the true meaning of the first two lines, but what did the last three lines prophesy? This was too vague. Fang Yuan could not make any guesses at the moment. Chapter 1003. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, give up, this immortal goo cannot be saved. Bai Qin Tian urged. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not reply. At this moment, his hands were clasped together, emitting a warm orange light. An immortal goo was almost cut in half, it was hanging on by the orange light, its aura fluctuated, it was very unstable. Lian Jiusheng also had a worried expression. He was a refinement path great expert. In his opinion, this immortal goo had already been sentenced to death. Even Lian Jiusheng could not save it. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was determined to try. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was a wisdom path goo immortal. Any goo immortal at his level, even if they cultivated one path, they would be proficient in one path and knowledgeable in 100 paths. He had no shortcomings. He could use wisdom path to imitate the specialty of other paths. He could even surpass them by taking a different path. Right now, Lian Jiusheng could not do anything to this immortal goo, but Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had wisdom path methods. He had a trace of hope. But this method, in Bai Qin Tian's and Lian Jiusheng's opinion, was too risky. If there was a slight mistake, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord would suffer a backlash, his Dao marks would become chaotic. Not only would he be heavily injured, he would not be able to use any immortal goo for 30 years, otherwise, his injuries would worsen. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sharp and formless sword chi shot out from the immortal goo. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could not even react, but fortunately, this formless sword chi only brushed past his ear, cutting off a strand of his white hair. Bai Qin Tian jumped in fright. All right. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression eased. He let out a breath of turbid air, saying in relief, I pulled out the sword chi in the goo, this immortal goo can be saved. Ever since Falling Heavenly River burst out with countless sword lights. They swept through Central Continent. A sword light with extraordinary sharpness, like in his previous life, it pierced through Celestial Court and cut Heaven Overseeing Tower into two. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord urgently called back Bai Qin Tian, Lian Jiusheng, and Baizang Shui. After the four immortals discussed, Baizang Shui went to the bottom of Falling Heavenly River to investigate the situation, while the other three immortals used the sword chi to corrode Heaven Overseeing Tower. The injuries did not worsen. He hurriedly repaired it. Soon, under the illumination of the orange light, the immortal Gu and heaven overseeing Tower Lord's hand recovered at a visible speed. Lien Jiusheng's eyes shined as he clapped. Pagoda Lord, your method of sacrificing your emotions to repair the immortal Gu is a wisdom path method. It was truly unique. He actually came back from the dead. Amazing. But, why do you have to take such a risk? This is only a rank 6 immortal Gu, our celestial court has a lot of it, we can refine it again. On the other hand, if you are injured and unable to fight for 30 years, it will be a great loss to the celestial court. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord shook his head, saying slowly, I don't know why, but recently, ever since the start of the Refinement Path Convention, there has been a strange phenomenon. I felt something was wrong. It was as if there was a hidden danger brewing somewhere. Once it happened, there would be terrifying consequences. We have just repaired Fate Gu once, it can display half of its power. But just as I was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower, a sword light slashed at me. Heaven Overseeing Tower was split into two. Is this all a coincidence? Bai Chen Tian and Lien Jiusheng looked at each other, their expressions turning solemn. I won't hide it from you, I have had this feeling recently as well. Bai Chen Tian said solemnly, but this feeling only started when I repaired Fate Gu. Lien Jiusheng also said, so it was not just me who sensed it. I had thought that my junior disciple had met with a calamity, causing me to sense it. But now, it seems that it is not so simple. Tower Lord, you are a wisdom path Gu immortal who controls Heaven Overseeing Tower, your feeling is stronger than ours, I am afraid something is really going to happen. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord looked at the immortal Gu that was being repaired in his hand, thus, I am willing to take the risk to repair this immortal Gu as soon as possible. Although this is not the core immortal Gu of Heaven Overseeing Tower, saving it will solve the biggest problem of Heaven Overseeing Tower's injuries. We can repair Heaven Overseeing Tower as soon as possible and use its power to deduce the truth with our senses. Also, Bo Qing died in the tribulation back then, why did he suddenly appear now? There seems to be a close connection between the two. Next, I will continue to use this method to repair other immortal Gu. During this process, I need to be fully focused and single-minded. If Fairy Bai Tsang Shui replies, you too need to inform me immediately. Bai Chen Tian and Lien Jiusheng replied, understood. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's matter continued to spread as time passed, it affected Central Continent and the Celestial Court. While Central Continent's Gu immortals were focusing their attention on falling Heavenly River. Fang Yuan had already obtained the greatest harvest and was cultivating on Dang Hun Mountain. Right now, he was standing at the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, waving his hand and releasing tens of thousands of souls. These souls were mostly beast souls, like rabbit souls, goat souls, horse souls and so on. Wolf souls, tiger souls and other fierce beast souls were slightly smaller. There were also plant souls, while variant human souls and human souls were the least in number. Actually, the transaction of souls had always existed. Because in this world, there were many soul path Gu immortals. Soul path Gu worms had appeared since the immemorial antiquity era, but they did not form into a system. Only with the rise of a Gu immortal could soul path be created and flourished. This Gu immortal was one of the 10 venerables in human history, spectral soul demon venerable. He was the founder of the Soul Dao, and he was also the one who brought the Soul Dao to the pinnacle of history by himself. In his era, among 10 Gu masters, almost half of them chose to cultivate soul path. In soul path cultivation, the soul was one of the most important resources. To refine soul path Gu worms, most needed souls as Gu materials. To refine soul path Gu worms, spectral soul demon venerable slaughtered and hunted souls. Thus, in history, he had the highest killing nature among venerables. And the prosperity he brought to soul path also caused his era to be filled with slaughter, the world was dark and unstable. Because many Gu masters and Gu immortals also cultivated soul path, they naturally slaughtered and hunted souls as cultivation resources. It was also in that era that the transaction of souls was created. It was done openly and openly. After that, spectral soul died and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared. This benevolent Immortal Venerable did not compete with others, he loved peace. As he grew up, he knew about the suffering of the people, he knew about the harm spectral soul caused. Thus, when he became an Immortal Venerable and became invincible in the world, the first thing he did was to suppress soul path. Soul path gu masters thus decreased in numbers, the transaction of souls was forced to go underground. The 5 regions in the world started to recuperate, their killing nature was eliminated, the unrest also gradually subsided. The most touching thing was that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not use force, he used virtue to convince people, he used his actions to influence them. Thus, even now, even in jewel yellow skies, the largest and most free market in the world, the transaction of souls was very rare. Fang Yuan's souls were obtained by Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. Ever since Fang Yuan and He Lulan cooperated, they were in charge of the transaction of souls, it saved Fang Yuan a lot of trouble. They were the local tyrants of northern plains, especially Fairy Li Shan, she was the 3rd in command of snowy mountain blessed land. She had mountain pledge gu and a wide network. These souls immediately met with disaster when they landed on Dang Hun Mountain. After being cleansed and shaken by Dang Hun Mountain, the souls shattered, turning into countless soul essences that fused into the mountain. Not long later, because of these soul essences, a new batch of guts gu would be produced on Luo Hun Mountain. Normally speaking, the stronger the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. At the same time, the higher the intelligence of the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. This batch of souls is only ordinary. Because there are few fierce beasts and no desolate beasts, there are very few variant human and human souls. The number of guts gu produced will not be many. Fang Yuan estimated in his mind as he started to walk on Dang Hun Mountain. This batch of souls did not come from Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, Fang Yuan obtained them himself. He was different from before. He did not need Fairy Li Shan's help, nor did he need to make a move personally, he could obtain souls stably. Of course, it was not from jewel yellow skies, but from Western Desert. Western Desert was the most developed place in the 5 regions for commerce. Over there, Fang Yuan was no longer a newcomer who was unfamiliar with the place, he had already cooperated with Western Desert's Shao clan for some time, he had obtained a certain degree of recognition and obtained the crucial token. Western Desert's Shao clan was a super force, it was not hard for them to obtain souls. But if the soul transaction was exposed, Shao clan would never admit to it. The soul transaction could not be exposed, and Shao clan was a righteous path force after all. Fang Yuan obtained souls from Western Desert's transaction, it was naturally to guard against He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness. Although he had signed an alliance agreement with them, it did not mean that from now on, Fang Yuan did not need to guard against them. Fang Yuan had the heart to guard against others, but Fang Yuan also had the heart to harm others. If Fang Yuan started to cultivate his soul, it would definitely attract the suspicion of He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan did not want to leave any clues for them. If he secretly used guts gu to cultivate, it would definitely cause the number of guts gu to decrease drastically. To make up for this flaw, Fang Yuan secretly sent in his own soul to fill the gap. The precious guts gu were easily obtained under Fang Yuan's feet. Fang Yuan did the same. Once guts gu left Dang Hun Mountain, they would immediately be destroyed. But if they used the air sac gu that Fang Yuan invented, they could be packaged and sold. After expending a large number of guts gu, Fang Yuan's soul had grown to its limit, if it continued to grow blindly, his soul would collapse on its own. Fang Yuan felt that even his immortal zombie body had a feeling of being squeezed. It was like an adult wearing clothes that were a size smaller than his youth clothes. Chapter 1004. Actually, the limit of an immortal zombie's soul capacity was higher than an ordinary body of flesh and blood, it was just that it lacked the effect of nourishing the soul. Only a living body of flesh and blood could nourish the soul. In a dead body, the soul would wither. The main reason why Fang Yuan's soul could last until now was because of the guts goo. Other than that, he also used some other soul path methods to nourish it. Even though spectral soul demon Venerable caused great damage to all living beings in the world, his soul path also flourished for an era. Countless outstanding soul path experts appeared and created a vast number of soul path methods. Even after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era, there were still many precious soul path methods that were passed down to benefit future generations. I do not cultivate soul path. Soul path gu immortals have soul path Dao marks in their bodies. They can allow their bodies to contain stronger souls. After realizing that he had reached his limit, Fang Yuan left to Immortal Blessed Land and went to Star Form Blessed Land. Luopa Valley was placed here. Fang Yuan entered Luopa Valley. Luopa Valley had been modified by Shadow Sect. It was completely different from before. But after Fang Yuan asked Tai Bai Yunsheng to take action, Luopa Valley regained its original environment. Luopa Valley's terrain was complex. It was like a maze. The legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu was trapped in a maze and could not find a way out. Fang Yuan imitated Renzu and came to Luopa Valley. He directly let his soul leave his body. A wave of gray-white fog spread out. This was the famous fog. Fang Yuan's soul was shrouded by the fog. It gradually loosened. After the fog passed, a wave of eerie wind blew. This was the famous Luopa wind. The eerie wind was like blades. Fang Yuan's soul was cut by the wind blades. Countless wounds were created. The unparalleled pain made Fang Yuan almost go crazy. This pain was rooted in the depths of his soul. It was 10,000 times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. Fang Yuan raised his head and roared, but he lacked a body. He could only let out sharp soul cries. After enduring for a while, Fang Yuan struggled to realize that he had reached his limit again. He wisely chose to retreat, and his soul returned to the immortal zombie body. With the protection of the immortal zombie body, the power of the fog and the Luopa wind was greatly reduced. Instantly, it dropped by a large margin. Fang Yuan was able to safely leave Luopa Valley. He checked his soul. After experiencing the fog and the ravages of the lost soul wind, Fang Yuan's soul had shrunk by a large margin. It was clear that he had suffered considerable damage. If he stayed any longer, it wouldn't be to the extent where his soul would scatter and scatter. But the enslaved Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. It was probably going to get out of control. This was because the soul was the cornerstone of a slave. If the soul was severely wounded, the slave's effects would be greatly reduced. This would give the enslaved a chance to resist and escape. I wonder how the Ren ancestor managed to stay in Luopa Valley for such a long time back then. Fang Yuan sighed and returned to Dang Hun Mountain. He continued to use Guts Gu. Guts Gu might be a mortal Gu, but it was indeed a legendary item. Using it to treat the injuries on the soul would produce instant results. Very soon, the injuries on Fang Yuan's soul completely disappeared. He was completely healed. At this moment, Fang Yuan inspected his soul again. Very clearly, he found that his soul was at least twice as condensed as before. Moreover, the soul itself seemed to be coated with a layer of oil, emitting a faint eerie light. He then sensed the burden on his soul caused by enslaving the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. It had also shrunk by 30%. Earlier in Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan had suffered inhuman torture and pain. It was all worth it. Because in Luopa Valley, the impurities in his soul were removed. It was like a piece of iron being forged and smelted countless times, before finally turning into steel. The quality of his soul immediately rose to a new level. And on Dang Hun Mountain, Guts Gu continued to be expended. The soul was growing at an unimaginable speed. The quantity was rising steadily. Luopa Valley refines the soul. Dang Hun Mountain strengthens the soul. Qualitative and quantitative changes combine together, the soul's foundation grows by leaps and bounds. This huge success came so quickly. No wonder in my previous life, after He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan obtained Luopa Valley, they went back and forth between Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley all day to increase their soul foundation. They're getting a thrill from cultivating. Fang Yuan sighed. He wanted to imitate He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, but he still had many things to do. The most important thing in front of him was the Battle of Tian Mountain and the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. Undeniably, the stronger Fang Yuan was, the higher the chance of him obtaining Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage at the crucial moment. Fang Yuan could only try his best to think of every possibility, to arrange every important matter in a more reasonable manner. He squeezed out every minute and second he had, seizing every minute and second to cultivate. Finally, Fang Yuan received news of the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage appearing. What's going on? I set up many methods near Tian Mountain, but they were actually silently taken out by someone. Fang Yuan took some time out of his busy schedule to personally investigate southern border. But he did not find any valuable information. Just like in his previous life, Tian Mountain repeatedly showed an intense battle from ancient times. In the intense battle, the mysterious Gu Immortal with the red lotus mark on his forehead used the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage to suppress the rank 8 enemy with great strength, true martial physique. This Gu Immortal has a red lotus mark on his forehead. Is it related to Red Lotus Demon Venerable? When I was reborn, I had already failed, but in the river of time, a red lotus suddenly appeared, turning my defeat into victory and successfully reborn. What is the relationship between the red lotus in the river of time and this mysterious Gu Immortal? Fang Yuan was confused, he could only shake his head and leave. He still had many things to arrange. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage might have appeared, but there was still some time before the Battle of Tian Mountain. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had to at least get rid of the repercussions of enslaving the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. Through Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan's soul foundation had risen sharply, while Zhou Zhong's soul was still at the same spot. After removing the burden of enslaving the Gu Immortal, I can easily sneak into Tian Mountain and secretly refine the Immortal Gu House. The body nourished the soul, and the soul was filled with intelligence, producing thoughts, wills, emotions, and thinking. The increase in soul foundation was greatly beneficial to Fang Yuan's refinement of the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. Besides the aspect of the soul, if I can make Bo Qing's sword path Immortal Gu my own, my battle strength will also rise greatly. That would be even better. Although he had tried several times with all-out effort Immortal Gu, he had not succeeded. At this moment, Fang Yuan's rebirth plan had reached the final juncture. He resolutely gave up on the refinement of all-out effort Immortal Gu. He did not want to struggle in this pit. During this final period of time, Fang Yuan did his best to make preparations. Central Continent. Immortal zombie Bo Qing left Falling Heavenly River and slowly rose. Below his feet, Falling Heavenly River's surface was surging with waves, crashing against the shore and sweeping up piles of snow. The blood was already gone. Countless fierce beasts in the river felt Bo Qing's aura and scurried away in fear. At the bottom of Falling Heavenly River, a large number of Gu Immortals lost their lives. Even Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu Immortal by Zhang Shui was not spared. I lost many Immortal Gu, my battle strength is going to fall. Immortal zombie Bo Qing spoke in a low voice. What should we do now? At this moment, standing beside him were Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, Shadow Sex Envoy Lan, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, Blood Path Demonic Immortal Song Zixing who was known as Blood Dragon, as well as Hairy Man Refinement Path Gu Immortal Yumu Chun. For some reason, this situation was different from his previous life. In his previous life, 7-Star Child and Song Zixing died at Bo Qing's hands. But now, both of them were alive. Maybe this was Fang Yuan's plan, using Mo Yao's fake will to lure out Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Song Zixing and Yumu Chun did not speak. immortal zombie 7-star child spoke. Next, Song Zixing, Yumu Chun, and I will work together and use an immortal killer move to teleport the 4 of us to Central Continent's northeast area to attack Heavenly Lotus Sect. He had already made arrangements. In his previous life, 7-star child and Song Zixing died, only Yumu Chun was left. He could not use this powerful immortal killer move. But now, it was different. In Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was furious and shocked. He looked at the 4 immortals led by immortal zombie Bo Qing, attacking one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect. He could no longer watch. Because he, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, was a Gu immortal from Heavenly Lotus Sect. In Heavenly Lotus Sect, he had many disciples and grand disciples. Right now, immortal zombie Bo Qing had awakened. Heavenly Lotus Sect was in danger. Only Celestial Court's Gu immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, recalling Lian Jiusheng and Bai Chen Tian. There is a huge change at the bottom of falling Heavenly River. Bai Tsang Shui has already died. Immortal zombie Bo Qing has awakened and is attacking combat immortal sect. We need to quickly go and save them. The 2 immortals were extremely shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained a huge amount of information. Go! The 2 immortals' shock only lasted for a moment. But soon, they reacted. The 3 immortals walked into Celestial Court's teleportation Gu formation, arriving at Heavenly Lotus Sect's headquarters at the next moment. At this time, Bo Qing and the others had just arrived. Beside them, the remnant light of the teleportation immortal killer move had yet to dissipate. The 2 Gu immortals looked at each other, their battle intent surging. What happened? Heavenly Lotus Sect's Gu masters and Gu immortals were still confused. Fight! A super battle of rank 8s erupted. Central Continent, Who Immortal Blessed Land, Underground Cave. Success! Fang Yuan looked at the Gu formation in front of him, his eyes shining with joy and regret. These last days, he had been using the light of wisdom to make deductions. He had obtained a powerful Gu formation to refine Bo Qing's sword path immortal Gu. This Gu formation actually used the light of wisdom as the core. It used Mo Yao's fake will as well as poison path immortal Gu woman's heart and wisdom path immortal Gu unravel mystery to refine Bo Qing's immortal Gu. Chapter 1005. Southern Border, Tian Mountain. Fang Yuan walked barefooted, taking big steps. His appearance had changed greatly. His muscles were bulging, his chest was exposed, his hair, beard, chest hair, and even the hair on his legs and legs were very thick. Its fur was an earthy yellow color, and its clothes were almost tattered. His cheekbones were protruding, the joints of his fingers and toes were much thicker than a normal person's. His nose bridge was short and short, his 2 nostrils were facing outwards, the nose hairs inside were also very thick, as if they were rushing out of his nostrils. Don't be fooled by this ugly appearance, it was carefully chosen by Fang Yuan based on his previous life's memories. In Fang Yuan's previous life, the original owner of this appearance had joined Tian Mountain at this time. But after Fang Yuan revived, he secretly killed this person. Fang Yuan replaced him and came to Tian Mountain. The sun had just risen, there was a thin layer of fog. Tian Mountain was still very quiet, birds chirping could be heard from time to time in the forest. At this time, the righteous and demonic battle had not even started yet. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan disguised his identity and joined Tian Mountain, it was already the time when the righteous and demonic paths were fighting intensely, even the foot of the mountain was guarded by demonic path lackeys. But in this life, Fang Yuan appeared several months earlier. At this time, Shao Shan had just been exiled by Shao clan, he, Zhou Xingxing, and Sun Pang who had created Tian village not long ago. Fang Yuan walked past the foot of the mountain but did not see anyone. After climbing halfway up the mountain, he finally saw a glimpse of Tian village through the gaps of the lush forest. Tian village was still under construction, it had not been completed yet. Who is this person? Which Gu immortal's pawn is he? He does not seem to be a pure human, he seems to have hairy man bloodline. Humph, this bastard, I'm afraid no one will choose him as a pawn, right? He. Far away, the southern border Gu immortals discussed with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked calmly, he was confident and calm. In his previous life, he used familiar face. These southern border Gu immortals could not see through it. In this life, he had used the immortal killer move that used attitude Gu as the core, familiar face. If this was seen through, it would be strange. He strutted along. He walked toward the mountain peak. After a while, when he approached Tian village, he was finally stopped by someone. The newcomer was a rank 3 demonic Gu master. But the person Fang Yuan was disguised as was also a rank 3 Gu master, so he did not dare to be careless. He asked seriously, "Who are you?" Fang Yuan cupped his fists and said rudely, "I am Huang Sha. I heard about Hero Zhao's matter, so I came to seek shelter with you." The rank 3 demonic Gu master's body shook. He wasn't shocked by the name of Yellow Sand, but Fang Yuan's voice was too loud. "Alright, lower your voice. What are you yelling for? Since you know the name of the leader, then follow me to pay respects to him." The rank 3 Gu master picked his ears and left. Fang Yuan snorted. He tried to catch up. His physique was larger than normal people, he took big steps, in just 3 steps, he had caught up to the former. The demonic Gu master was unhappy, he stretched out his hand and pulled Fang Yuan back. "Why are you running so fast? If you want to join Tian village, you need to know the rules. Do you understand? First come first serve, my position is higher than yours. Follow behind me." Oh. Fang Yuan quickly nodded his head, showing his bulky physique. He had a large physique and a small brain. "We need to focus on the construction of this building. If someone attacks in the future, we need to defend this place. We need to set up at least 100 iron snake vine Gu." Xiao Shan pointed at a place, instructing the Gu master beside him. At this time, he heard someone shouting, "Big chieftain, your fame has spread throughout the 4 seas and the entire southern border. Now, another hero has joined us." Xiao Shan heard this and was overjoyed, turning around to look. He saw Fang Yuan. The joy in his heart dissipated, he was slightly disappointed. But at the same time, he had a joyous smile on his face. He quickly walked forward, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder, "Such a strong man." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, cupping his fists, "You are Hero Xiao. I am here to join you, you have guts. You dare to go against the righteous path." Saying so, Fang Yuan gave Xiao Shan a thumbs up, saying, "Just based on this, I am convinced, I am willing to follow you, but you have to feed me 3 meals a day." Xiao Shan saw that Fang Yuan was so boorish, he felt even more disappointed. But on the surface, he did not show it, he praised Fang Yuan and gave him a mission on the spot. After Fang Yuan left, Xiao Shan called Zhou Xingxing, asking, "This Huang Sha, what is his origin?" "I am not sure." Zhou Xingxing thought about it, smiling, "Big brother, what kind of person are you? You come and go as you please, how can such a minor character enter your eyes?" "I happen to know this person, his father is human, his mother is hairy man, he was born as a slave who mines sand and rocks on the sand mountain. In the end, he obtained an inheritance on the sand mountain and became a Gu master. Later, he occupied a part of the river with a water path Gu master, they became known as the White Sand Generals. Later, they were defeated by Tai clan Gu masters, White General died, but this Huang Sha escaped, his whereabouts are unknown. To think that he admires Big Brother's fame, he came to join Tian village. So that's it. I remember now, there was indeed news of the White Sand Generals attacking Tai clan's merchant ship." Xiao Shan nodded, his expectations towards Fang Yuan fell to rock bottom. They even dared to attack Tai clan's merchant ship. This showed that these two were rash and did not use their brains. Moreover, this Huang Sha actually had hairy man bloodline. Xiao Shan looked down on him even more. Variant humans like hairy men, feather men, and snowmen were all slaves of humans. How could human Gu masters treat them equally? If Fang Yuan's cultivation was rank 4 or 5, Xiao Shan might be able to break the prejudice and pay attention to Fang Yuan. But this Huang Sha that Fang Yuan was disguised as was only rank 3. Even though rank 3 was higher than ordinary Gu masters. But in this Tian village, it was not eye-catching. Thus, Xiao Shan soon threw this Huang Sha to the back of his mind. Fang Yuan was working at the construction site. Right now, I have already joined Tian Mountain. I was sent here by Xiao Shan to build Tian village. This shows that this person does not care about me. Very good, this is the goal I want to achieve. So far, everything is going smoothly. If Fang Yuan's cultivation was higher and Xiao Shan paid attention to him, he would have a heavy responsibility in the upcoming righteous demonic battle. If he did not carry out this task, he would expose himself. If he did, he would waste time. If his cultivation was lower, he would become cannon fodder and be sent to the front lines to attract firepower and waste the enemy's primeval essence. After a few battles between righteous and demonic, he would be sacrificed. Only with rank 3 cultivation, it would not be high or low, he would be a small leader. He would not be given an important task, and it would not be strange for him to survive in the battlefield. The forbidden zone for immortals on Tian Mountain only targeted immortal apertures, it did not target immortal Gu. In his previous life, at this time, Fang Yuan was still deducing a method to seal the immortal aperture. But in this life, he directly grasped this method and joined Tian village several months in advance. Even though his immortal aperture was sealed, his body was still an immortal zombie. During the day, Fang Yuan did some manual labor at the construction site. It was easy. At night, when everyone else was asleep, he was still energetic, secretly refining the graceful chaotic dual stage at the bottom of the mountain. Graceful chaotic dual stage suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie, it was unbreakable. This rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had no soul fluctuations. From the looks of it, it seemed like his soul had completely perished. But with his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He did not probe the great strength true martial immortal zombie, instead, he focused on transforming his battle will. The southern border Gu immortals who participated in this duel had to use these mortal Gu masters as pawns to make them fight intensely, so that their battle will could resonate with each other. The pure battle will in the immortal Gu house would be transformed into the Gu master's personal battle will. But Fang Yuan was here personally, and was also a wisdom path grandmaster, he did not need to do this. Even if he did not fight, he could increase the battle will in his mind and transform the immortal Gu house's battle will. His efficiency was several times that of ordinary Gu immortals. As long as Fang Yuan transformed the battle will in these immortal Gu houses into his own battle will, then he would complete the last step that the rank 8 immortal zombie could not complete back then, that was to refine the immortal Gu house and become its true owner. Thus, if Fang Yuan wanted to successfully seize graceful chaotic dual stage from these southern border Gu immortals, there was still a hurdle. At the final juncture, the pure battle will in the immortal Gu house would be divided and transformed by everyone. But there could only be one winner. Thus, these battle wills would compete with each other and engage in an intense battle. In this fierce battle, any loser would vanish into thin air. There could only be one winner. I am a wisdom path grandmaster, I have a huge advantage in the battle of battle will. Moreover, I will definitely take the lead and transform my battle will several times faster than others. The more battle will I transform, the more advantage I will have in the decisive battle in the future. As long as I follow the plan, there is no doubt that I will obtain the immortal Gu house. I am just afraid of an accident. While Fang Yuan was thinking, the other southern border Gu immortals were also having their own thoughts. Shao Clan's supreme elder was paying close attention to the battlefield of Tian Mountain. He had barely survived the previous tribulation. And the next tribulation was approaching. He had no hope, but with the appearance of the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage, this Gu immortal saw a trace of light in the darkness. Thus, in this unprecedented duel, he staked everything he had. He had bet almost all of his assets. His stake was the highest among all the immortals, and according to the rules of the duel, one of the chess pieces he chose, Shao Shan, became the first Gu master to ascend Tian Mountain. Shao Clan's first supreme elder also became the first person among the southern border Gu immortals to transform the battle will in the immortal Gu House. I must succeed in this contest for the immortal Gu House, I cannot fail. If I do not have the immortal Gu House, I will have no chance of surviving this tribulation. Chapter 1006. But looking at it now, I have made a good start. I have converted the most battle will among them. As long as I maintain this advantage, the immortal Gu House will be mine. Shao Clan's supreme elder cheered himself on, but he was also clear, the biggest problem was how to maintain the current advantage. According to the bet, the second would be Wu Clan's Gu immortal, Wu Dangji. This female immortal of Wu Clan was also a very shrewd person. She would rather sacrifice some of her cultivation to allow her chosen pawn to enter Tian Mountain early. I hope Shao Shan will not disappoint me. Shao Clan's ancestors' wish was precisely what the other southern border Gu immortals did not want to see. Now that Shao Clan's ancestor had already established an early advantage, the southern border Gu immortals wanted to see Shao Shan defeated or even killed, so as to disrupt Shao Clan's ancestors' advantage and give them a chance. Wu Shintong arrived near Tian Mountain. Everyone, this time, I am carrying the clan's heavy responsibility on my shoulders. I will not hesitate to eliminate the demon's den. He pointed at Tian Mountain with a solemn expression and surging battle intent. There were many Gu masters around him. Among them, 3 had the highest cultivation, rank 4 Gu masters. One was Wu Clan's elder, his personal bodyguard, Wu Shintong. The other 2 were clan leaders of Wu Clan's clans. Wu Shintong was a rank 4 peak stage enslavement path Gu master. He was thin and pale, coughing from time to time. He was like a sick scholar who could not even withstand the wind. But no one dared to underestimate him, because he cultivated enslavement path. This path could always fight one against many. On Tian Mountain, the strongest person is Shao Clan's original leader, Shao Shan. Below him are Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing, 2 demonic path Gu masters. These 3 are all rank 5 Gu masters. In my opinion, we should slow down and invite some righteous path experts to hold the fort. This will not only be safer, we can also fight and not let these demons escape. One of the rank 4 clan leaders suggested. Wu Shintong's expression sank. He wanted to do this, but this mission was forced by the clan, and there was a time limit. It was so harsh and rushed. Wu Shintong could not help but wonder if he had become a sacrifice in the clan's political struggle. He had done his best to rely on his connections to recruit these people around him. Wu Shintong would never understand the truth of Tian Mountain. The Gu masters who were usually high and mighty. They were all used as gambling tools by Gu immortals. He naturally did not know that at this moment, countless southern border Gu immortals were looking at him with expectant gazes. You don't have to persuade me. As long as everyone protects me, even if they have rank 5 battle strength, how long can they last against the beast horde? Once their primeval essence is depleted, the merit of killing a rank 5 will be yours. Moreover, since I'm personally making a move, I'm naturally confident. Don't tell me that I'm courting death. Wu Shintong was also a person with means. This short sentence dispelled everyone's hesitation and boosted their morale. Speed was the most important thing in war, and what they were aiming for was the effect of surprise attacks. A moment later, under the command of Wu Shintong, the entire mountain of beasts charged up Tian Mountain. At this time, Tian village was still under construction. The demonic path Gu masters were in a panic. They were used to fighting alone, even though Xiao Shan and the others tried to organize them. They did not see any results in the short term. Xiao Shan was extremely anxious, thinking, Tian village has just been built, there is still less than half of it left before it can be completed. This is the first time we are clashing with the demonic path. Tian village is like a flag, it cannot fall. Once it falls, our morale will fall, it will be like being hit in the head, we will not be able to raise our heads. If we lose our momentum, who will take the initiative to submit to me in the future? Thinking of this, Xiao Shan quickly ordered the demonic path Gu masters to defend Tian village to the death. Xiao Shan's thoughts were indeed insightful, but he had greatly overestimated the coordination of demonic path Gu masters. If demonic path Gu masters fought alone with righteous path Gu masters, they usually won more than they lost. But if there were many of them, in a battle of equal numbers, the righteous path usually won. Without coordination, the demonic path Gu masters were just a mob. Facing the huge beast horde, they did not defend themselves, they immediately fell into the situation that Wu Shentong wanted to see the most. At first, large numbers of wild beasts died under the attacks of the demonic path Gu masters. But soon, the overwhelming attacks of the demonic path Gu masters started to weaken and become sparse. After all, mortal Gu masters had limited primeval essence. The wild beasts broke through the blockade of firepower and attacked the demonic path Gu masters. The demonic path Gu masters' casualties were increasing, the situation was tilting towards the righteous path. Good fight. Amazing, the southern border Gu immortals looked at the battlefield with joy in their eyes. Xiao clan's ancestor had a grim expression as he stared at Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan was also an experienced person, he knew he could not let the situation continue like this, he quickly shouted, Rank 5 and Rank 4 Gu Masters, follow me, we will go down the mountain and kill the enslavement path Gu Masters. The rest of you, retreat as you fight. In this situation, the demonic path had suffered huge losses. Although the righteous path had few Gu Masters, they did not lose a single person. Everyone knew that a single person would not be able to gain any benefits. Only by relying on each other could they carve out a bloody path and have a chance to escape. Xiao Shan's words were quickly answered by everyone. The difference was, the rank 4 and rank 5 Gu masters gathered around Xiao Shan with joy in their hearts. As for the remaining rank 2 and 3 Gu masters, their faces were pale. The people who broke out of the encirclement were strong, even if they were not strong enough, they could escape by themselves after breaking out of the encirclement. But the Gu masters who stayed in the mountain were surrounded by beast groups, there was no way to escape, they could only wait for reinforcements. Only Fang Yuan, although he had a ferocious expression on his face, was calm on the inside. Even if the beast group expanded by 100 times, they could not pose any threat to Fang Yuan. Moreover, he was a reborn person, he knew how the situation was developing. Sure enough, the following development was similar to his previous life. In this sudden battle, the demonic path Gu masters advanced against the beast group, many Gu masters died in battle along the way. But in the end, they still reached Wu Shentong. Xiao Shan, Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing, the 3 rank 5 Gu masters were forced into a desperate situation, they attacked the righteous path's defensive line. After an intense battle of life and death, the righteous path lost 2 rank 4 Gu masters, while Wu Shentong retreated with heavy injuries. Wu Clan's rank 4 elder tried his best to stop them, at the crucial moment, a group of flying birds came to their aid, the demonic path's plan to kill Wu Shentong did not succeed. They could only retreat to Tian Mountain helplessly. That night, Xiao Shan gathered the remnants of the demonic path army in a cave. He was bathed in blood, his eyes were red as he shouted with a hoarse voice, Wu Shentong is not dead, he is truly a threat. As long as he is alive, we will have to face the fearless charge of the beast groups. We have to kill him, otherwise, Tian village will never be rebuilt. After Xiao Shan finished speaking, there were very few people who responded. The demonic path Gu masters had just lost, their morale was very low. One of the rank 3 Gu masters said dejectedly, "Leader, let's retreat. The righteous path is too strong, it is natural that we cannot win. As long as there is life, there will be hope. Let's leave this dangerous place first, in the future, we can go to another mountain and rebuild Tian village, it is possible." Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Shan's eyes shined with a sharp light, his body moved as he attacked. He raised his blade and killed the demonic path Gu master who spoke, shouting, "This person has shaken our morale, his death is not to be regretted. Anyone who dares to retreat will end up like him." Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing immediately stood up and walked to Xiao Shan's sides, looking at everyone with hostility. The demonic path Gu masters were intimidated by Xiao Shan's aura, they spoke one after another, willing to fight to the death. Xiao Shan's expression softened, "I know it is not easy for all of you, you are all heavily injured. But no matter how heavy your injuries are, they are still better than our comrades who sacrificed themselves today, right? Everyone, rest in this cave tonight, tomorrow morning, we will gather everyone's strength and charge down the mountain, we will not rest until we kill Wu Shintong." Everyone quickly agreed, Fang Yuan was also among them, his wounds were still bleeding. Of course, this was just a disguise, it was not worth mentioning. The night sky was getting darker, the cave was not big, there was not enough space for the demonic path Gu masters to sleep. Xiao Shan had purposely chosen this cave, it was convenient for everyone to monitor each other. Even if someone needed to relieve themselves, they had to do it in the cave. Soon, the cave was filled with the stench of blood, sweat, and feces. The demonic path Gu immortals tossed and turned, they were worried about tomorrow's battle, they could not sleep. Only one person was snoring, it was Fang Yuan. His snoring echoed throughout the entire cave. Xiao Shan was sleeping with his eyes closed, when he heard this sound, he slowly opened his eyes, after seeing Fang Yuan, he laughed lightly and said loudly, "This heartless fool." His voice attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Shan continued, "Everyone, don't worry, I have complete confidence in tomorrow's battle. That Wu Shintong has already been heavily injured by us, he will definitely die tomorrow. I, Xiao Shan, swear that I will not run away, if I go against my oath, may the heavens strike me down, I will be hated by all." The demons' morale was boosted, they admired Xiao Shan's heroic spirit. But they did not know that Xiao Shan was wholeheartedly trying to subdue the immortal Gu in his body, and obtain Xiao clan's ancestors' approval. Unless he was at the end of his rope, he would not leave this place. Xiao Shan treated these demonic path Gu masters in the cave as his chess pieces. And he himself was a chess piece of Xiao clan's ancestor, but he did not know it. On this night, as a chess player, Xiao clan's ancestor was also anxious and worried, he was anxious. After today's battle on Tian Mountain, after the results were out, he left his residence and went to a certain mountain peak. He had been standing in the mountain wind for a long time. "Master, Xiao clan's ancestor is asking for an audience, but you refuse to meet him. He is a rank 7 Gu immortal, he has already been standing outside the cave for over 2 hours. If this drags on, it won't be good, right?" Lu Zuanfeng cautiously asked. Chapter 1007. His master, rank 7 lone immortal old man Yuxia, was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, hearing Lu Zuanfeng's voice, he did not move, his eyes still closed. After a long while, Xiao clan's ancestors spoke again, his voice transmitting into the cave, "Brother Yuxia, I am willing to take out another 10 heavenly dragon pearls, please help me this time." Old man Yuxia slowly opened his eyes, saying to Lu Zuanfeng, "Disciple, go to Tian Mountain first and resolve this crisis for Xiao Shan." Lu Zuanfeng quickly knelt down, kowtowing 3 times towards old man Yuxia. "Master, disciple is going." Although he said so, Lu Zuanfeng was still kneeling on the ground, showing no signs of getting up. Old man Yuxia laughed, "With your crafty nature, you are too careful." Saying so, he blew a breath of cold air towards Lu Xuanfeng. The cold air seeped into Lu Xuanfeng's stomach, lingering there. "This immortal goo can save your life. Go." Lu Xuanfeng was overjoyed, kowtowing 3 more times. He stood up and said with a cheeky smile, "Disciple is actually thinking for Master's sake. It's fine if I lose my life, but Master will have no one to serve you in the future. What will you do?" "Disciple is indebted to Master, I have not even repaid him, how can I die so easily?" "Go, go." Old man Yuxia sighed, waving his hand at Lu Xuanfeng. Wu Shentong led the beast group to attack Yi Tian Mountain. Yi Tian village had just been built when it was destroyed. The demonic path's morale fell. Xiao Shan was determined to counterattack. But that night, rank 5 demonic path Gu Master Lu Xuanfeng infiltrated the righteous path camp and killed Wu Shentong, bringing his severed head to Yi Tian Mountain. Xiao Shan was overjoyed. He said to Lu Xuanfeng, "Brother Lu is righteous, we have to thank Brother Lu for saving all of our lives." Lu Xuanfeng was an astute person. He quickly cupped his fists, saying sincerely, "Brother Xiao is too kind. I only picked up a bargain. If not for Brother Xiao and the others fighting bravely and heavily injuring Wu Shentong, how could I have taken his life so easily? If there are 10 parts to this contribution, I only take 1, the remaining 9 belongs to everyone." When everyone heard this, they immediately felt that Lu Xuanfeng was much more pleasing to the eye. Xiao Shan's heart sank. He did not manage to kill Lu Xuanfeng by flattering him, so he quickly changed his words. "Stabilize Lu Xuanfeng, and rope him into Yi Tian's stronghold." Just like this, the righteous path's first wave of attacks collapsed under the attacks of Xiao Shan, Lu Xuanfeng and the others. Fang Yuan hid at the side and did nothing. From the beginning to the end, he looked on coldly and did not arouse any suspicions. He recalled the information he had gathered in his previous life. It seems that in this life, Wu Shentong is heavily injured but not dead. Xiao Shan's situation is critical. The Xiao clan's old ancestor behind him also went to ask Yuxia Lao to take action. This old man Yuxia is a famous itinerant immortal of the southern border. He had a grudge with the Wu clan. The Xiao clan's old ancestor also invested heavily, causing him to increase the stakes at the last minute, pushing Lu Xuanfeng to Yi Tian Mountain in advance. As for the Wu clan's female immortal, Wu Dangji, she was schemed against and her chosen chess piece lost his life. Although she converted a lot of battle intent, she suffered the greatest loss. The battle between the righteous and demonic sides of Yi Tian Mountain is actually led by the contest of southern borders Gu immortals. Mortals are like ants. Let them scheme against each other. After this battle, the battle intent I converted has already surpassed Xiao Shan. I have become the number 1. Like this, Fang Yuan made a huge profit silently. The battle intent that was converted in the dark increased, but no one noticed it. Time passed, the second battle between righteous and demonic erupted. In the first battle, Wu Dangji suffered a loss, she was not resigned to it. Old man Yuxia raised the stakes at the last minute, why couldn't she? Thus, she chose another person and joined forces with Shang clan's Gu immortals, not repeating the previous mistake of fighting alone. Landing on the battlefield of Yi Tian Mountain, Wu clan sent Gu masters to attack Yi Tian Mountain again. At the same time, Shang clan's 2 newly advanced elders, Yan Tu and Zhu Kai Bei, also joined them. Both sides challenged each other at the foot of Yi Tian Mountain, both sides won and lost, they were in a deadlock. At this time, Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang went up the mountain together, joining Yi Tian village. These 2 Gu masters were not simple, they were famous flying masters in southern borders Gu master world. Yi Tian village thus gained the upper hand, forcing the righteous path to retreat. To resist Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang, the righteous path invited a female Gu master, Hong Fei Yu. She was also a flying master, but belonged to the righteous path. However, it was difficult for Hong Feiyu to fight against two flying masters of the demonic Tao alone. At the moment of life and death for Hong Feiyu, Shang clan's reinforcements arrived. It was white light swordsman Wei Yang. With Shang Yan Fei's help, Wei Yang's aptitude rose, his cultivation reached rank 4 initial stage. In this battle, not only did he save Hong Feiyu, he also established his reputation. After Hong Feiyu retreated with heavy injuries, he fought against Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang alone, finally stalling for time until the Righteous Path's reinforcements arrived. Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang had no choice but to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was recognized by the Righteous and Demonic Paths, entering the ranks of Flying Masters. Southern Border's 3 Flying Masters became the 4 Great Flying Masters with Wei Yang at the head. With Wei Yang's addition, the Righteous and Demonic battle fell into a deadlock again. However, as Second Zombie King went up Tian Mountain, Enslavement Path showed its might again. The Righteous Path lacked an Enslavement Path expert like Wu Shintong. They had no choice but to retreat. Thus, the second battle between Righteous and Demonic ended. Behind the scenes, the Southern Border Gu Immortals schemed and schemed. It was something that mortal Gu masters could not imagine. The only person who understood the situation on Tian Mountain, Fang Yuan, was also silently making a fortune, turning a blind eye to it. He had used Huang Sha's identity and met Wei Yang on the battlefield. This was Shang Yan Fei's capable general. He had once taken care of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing in Shang Clan City. At this moment, Wei Yang had made huge progress, while Fang Yuan had already become an immortal. It could be said that things had changed. After this battle, Fang Yuan's converted battle will was already far ahead. The scale was so huge that even if all the Southern Border Gu Immortals battle will were added together, it would still be slightly inferior to Fang Yuan's. Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect. Rumble, explosions and explosions could be heard endlessly. The surrounding 100,000 li had turned into a barren land, sand was flying everywhere. There were also deep pits in the wasteland, burning with flames. Chunks of glaciers were piled up, and traces of lightning were scattered about. There were also rivers of blood that flowed wantonly on the battlefield. Because of the Rank 8 battle, the original mountainous terrain was completely changed. It was completely changed. And this was the location of Heavenly Lotus Sect's base. It was a famous mountain with deep natural Tao marks. Otherwise, the messy battlefield scene would be even more serious. After a round of battle, the Shadow Sect Immortals led by Sword Immortal Bo Qing retreated a distance, breathing roughly. Looking ahead, there were 3 immortal Gu houses floating in the sky. One was Canary Pavilion. Small and exquisite. One was Yuyang Palace, beautiful and magnificent. But the Shadow Sect Immortals' gazes were focused on the immortal Gu house at the center. This immortal Gu house was rank 8, it was called Heavenly Pool. From the outside, it looked like a pond. It was not big at all, it could even be said to be the smallest immortal Gu house in the world. But in this heavenly pool, there were green lotuses and blooming lotuses. Or closed. Inside each lotus, there was an immortal aperture, blessed land or grotto heaven. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Heavenly Pool. This was the foundation of Heavenly Lotus Sect, created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Its greatest use was to store immortal apertures. If we don't take down Heavenly Pool, Heavenly Lotus Sect's losses will not even be severe. Song Zixing said solemnly. But it is too hard to take down. Among the 10 venerables, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was most skilled in healing and recovery. This heavenly pool has inherited his style. If it is not destroyed in one attack, it will be able to recover in a short period of time. It can even recover. Yumu Chun's expression was grim. 7-star child Immortal Zombie shook his head. Not just Heavenly Pool, the other 2 Immortal Gu houses are also in a difficult situation. And Bo Qing is his greatest weakness. He is already in the enemy's hands. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's greatest weakness was Mo Yao's remnant soul in his body. This remnant soul was like a wooden barrel. Its greatest weakness was too easy to target. In the previous life, Bo Qing died. Because of this, his soul was destroyed by celestial quartz Gu immortals. In this life, immortal zombie Bo Qing even lost wisdom sword immortal Gu. This Gu was Bo Qing's trump card against wisdom path methods when he was alive. After losing it, immortal zombie Bo Qing was even more restricted in battle. He was in a passive state. Let's go. We have achieved our goal of delaying them. 7-star child immortal zombie retreated first. He turned into a rainbow and left. Bo Qing and the rest followed closely behind. Escaping from fate and attacking the 10 great ancient sects, you are so daring, your crimes are unforgivable. You still want to leave. Heavenly Lotus sect's 3 immortal Gu houses chased after them. From Heavenly Pool, Heaven overseeing Tower Lord's voice could be heard. It was filled with anger and hatred. 7-star child's expression changed slightly. He said to the other Gu immortals, in this situation, we can only let one person sacrifice his life to stall for time for the rest to escape. I'll go. Immortal zombie Bo Qing immediately spoke. I'll go. Green, Blue, and Song Zi Xing, your battle strength is higher than mine. It will be of great help to our plan. Yumu Chun had a plain expression. He stayed behind. The 3 immortals' gazes flickered. They did not hesitate and quickly retreated. Only Yumu Chun was left behind. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You overestimate yourself. Hee, demonic path people are skilled at betraying their friends. You think you can stop us? Who gave you such arrogance? The righteous path Gu immortals shouted furiously. The 3 immortal Gu houses charged over. Yumu Chun showed a smile as if he was facing death calmly. You think we have no arrangements? Saying so, he landed on the ground. A huge Gu formation flickered with dazzling light. The news of this battle could not be concealed by Central Continent. After Fang Yuan learned of it, his gaze flickered. This matter was too different from his previous life. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was not dead. This way, Fang Yuan, who stole his immortal Gu, was definitely a thorn in his side. Fang Yuan sent his consciousness into his sealed immortal aperture. Inside, there was a mysterious immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was one of the gains Fang Yuan stole from immortal zombie Bo Qing. But the truth was, this immortal Gu's original owner was not Bo Qing, it was Mo Yao. Precisely because this immortal Gu was filled with Mo Yao's will, Fang Yuan could use Mo Yao's fake will to refine this immortal Gu so quickly. As for the other sword path immortal Gu, their true owner was Bo Qing. They contained a large amount of Bo Qing's will. Thus, when Fang Yuan used the same Gu formation to refine these immortal Gu, he would need to spend a lot more time. Forget about these sword path immortal Gu, they will not be able to make it in time for this battle. As for this mysterious immortal Gu, I have been investigating it these last days, but even with Lan's spirit of Lengia, I did not gain anything. Right now, righteous and demonic have fought for the 6th time. The scale of my battle will in the immortal Gu house is probably over 30 times the total number of southern border Gu immortals. If I were to fight with them now, I would be able to wipe out the southern border's battle intent in less than the time it takes for an incense to burn. Even among southern border's Gu immortals, there were many who had wisdom path attainment. But so what? Not mentioning Fang Yuan's wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, just the scale of his battle will was enough to give him an absolute advantage. Southern border's Gu immortals had already lost all hope, there was no chance of victory. It could be said that these Gu immortals were no longer a concern. But Fang Yuan was still filled with worry. After so long, there is still some pure battle will left in the immortal Gu house. I wonder how many of them there are left. Can I make it in time? Fang Yuan raised his head to look at the sky. In the sky was dark and hazy. Fang Yuan could not help but feel some pressure in his heart. The pure battle will in graceful chaotic duel stage far surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. His original plan was to collect the immortal Gu house and leave in a carefree manner. But now, time had already dragged on, when would it end? Chapter 1008. Time passed, more than a month passed. In southern border, be it the Gu immortal world or the mortal world, all of their attention was focused on one place. This place was Tian Mountain. Under the incitement of the Gu immortals behind the scenes, countless righteous path and demonic path Gu masters joined the two sides. The seventh righteous and demonic confrontation had already ended. The demonic path used a scheme to cut off the righteous path supply line. When the righteous path was in danger, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei personally led the troops and used gourmet food box Gu to reward the troops, foiling the demonic path scheme. Southern Border's super forces, Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan, Xia clan, and others, all of their clan leaders appeared and joined the battlefield. In this battlefield, Rank 3 Gu masters were like bystanders, the rarely seen Rank 4 Gu masters were everywhere, while Rank 5 Gu masters were the main battle strength. Life and death blessed land. Spectral soul demon Venerable's dream realm had completely dissipated. 7-colored light shined dazzlingly, forming a cocoon of light. Crack crack, a series of crisp sounds came from the cocoon of light. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the cocoon of light. Old Man Inkstone had a haggard expression, but his gaze was filled with joy. Under his ardent anticipation, the cocoon of light finally exploded. A naked young man appeared in front of Old Man Inkstone. He floated in the air with his eyes closed, as if he was in deep sleep. Old Man Yenshi hurriedly took a few steps forward, using his hand to caress the young man's robust body, from his thighs to his chest, and then to his cheeks. Old Man Inkstone could not conceal his excitement, his fingers were trembling as he stroked the young man. He muttered, "Success. I really succeeded. I recreated Renzu's method, using the dream realm to create a brand new 10 extreme physique. This is the moment of history. Ha ha ha." Old Man Inkstone laughed before calming down. "You were born from the dream realm, you created something from nothing. You used rule path become true immortal Gu. Let's call it the pure dream reality seeker physique." Saying so, Old Man Inkstone flipped his palm and took out a lump of soul. This soul was as black as ink and immediately flew into the pure dream reality seeker physique. Elder Inkstone waited for a moment. There was still no movement from the pure dream reality seeker physique. His brows furrowed even tighter. What's going on? Still not waking up. It doesn't make sense. He quickly inspected it, and after a while, he let out a long sigh. Looks like this pure dream reality seeker physique is indeed flawed. There were many dream path Dao marks on his body, they actually formed a force in his body. Any soul that entered it, they will gradually fall into a deep sleep and their memories will be erased. What should we do? Elder Inkstone paced around anxiously. The lifespan of the pure dream reality seeker physique is already decreasing. Time was limited, so I didn't have enough time to study it in detail and solve this problem. What should I do? After a long time, the pure dream reality seeker physique finally opened his eyes slowly and woke up. He looked at Elder Inkstone in ignorance. Then, he looked around, his eyes wide open, revealing an incomparably naive expression. Elder Inkstone felt regret. He had spent a lot of effort and methods to finally awaken the soul in the pure dream reality seeker physique, resolving the flaw of the soul falling into a deep sleep. But the memories contained in the soul were almost completely gone. But it doesn't matter. The pure dream reality seeker physique body is a consumable to begin with, the quick increase in rank 9 battle strength is the trump card to protect the core. As long as this plan succeeds, the pure dream reality seeker physique body's flaw is nothing. What's the big deal? Thinking of this, Old Man Yenshi faintly smiled, a pair of black eyes staring at him, sizing him up, his tone difficult to hide his appreciation. Good. Good, good. Pure dream reality seeker physique body, you are my greatest achievement in researching dream path. Many of Bo Qing's immortal Gu were stolen, his battle strength fell. You will replace him and become our strongest battle strength to suppress the situation. Who are you and who am I? Who am I? Ing Wu Xia asked curiously. You are me, I am you. I am Elder Inkstone, and you shall be called Ing Wu Xia. Elder Inkstone chuckled. Next, he waved his sleeves. Countless thoughts poured into Ing Wu Xia's mind. Ing Wu Xia felt a surge of information flowing into his heart. Elder Inkstone continued, remember, you only have 18 hours to live. Every 2 hours, your cultivation level will rise by 1 rank. Time is limited, I will only teach you one immortal killer move. Although it has no offensive power, it is the peak of Dream Path in the current 5 regions, it is at the forefront of the current era. Even those Celestial Court Gu immortals are far behind. As the saying goes, one move can dominate the world. You need to comprehend it well. When you become a Gu immortal, I will give you a complete set of Gu worms, you need to practice it then. Southern border, Tian Mountain. Fang Yuan, who was recuperating on the bed, suddenly shook. He opened his eyes. A look of pleasant surprise flashed in his eyes, but it soon became calm again. He looked around, there were many injured people on the beds, chatting. Some healing Gu masters were moving around the injured, some were healing them, while others were checking if their injuries were worsening. The air was filled with the smell of blood, lingering in the air for a long time. After the 7th righteous and demonic confrontation, Tian village's sick area was filled with injured people. Now that both sides had stopped fighting, both righteous and demonic sides were licking their wounds and recuperating. Thus, there were fewer and fewer injured people in the sick area. Most of them recovered from their injuries and walked out on their own. But a portion of them were too injured to recover and died here. People loved life and hated death. This sick area became a place that demonic path Gu masters avoided. However, Fang Yuan did not mind it at all. He purposely got injured, he also disguised his injuries as if they were serious. Familiar face could even deceive rank 8 Gu immortals, not to mention these mortal Gu masters on Tian Mountain. This was the best place that Fang Yuan had found to convert the pure battle will of the immortal Gu house. It was only in this place that he could openly lie down, calm down, and transform his battle intent almost constantly. Even though there were people coming and going, they could not threaten Fang Yuan, who was a Gu immortal. Fang Yuan's strategy had shown results at that moment. After spending so much time, the battle will of graceful chaotic duel stage has finally been completely converted by me. Next, it is time to eliminate the battle will of other Gu immortals. I am the sole ruler. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, he did not hesitate and immediately took action. Inside the immortal Gu house, his battle will created a tsunami that instantly drowned the other battle wills. The battle wills of these southern border Gu immortals were fighting for themselves, they could not react in time and were engulfed and destroyed by Fang Yuan's battle will. At once, Fang Yuan poked a hornet's nest. The southern border Gu immortals were shocked and furious, some screamed, some flew out of the cave, some were dazed, not daring to believe this was real. They communicated and immediately understood that someone had not participated in the bet, he had secretly converted his battle will and deceived all the southern border Gu immortals. The southern border Gu immortals' anger and hatred could not be extinguished even if 3 rivers were poured into them. All their previous efforts had been for naught. The plot to plot against others now seemed like a joke. Who is it? Who dares to trick us like this? Find him and kill him. He is openly challenging the whole of southern borders Gu immortal world. Not just kill him, I will pull out his tendons and skin him alive, I will extract his soul and torture him for 1,000 years. The southern border Gu immortals had aggressive auras as they surrounded Tian Mountain. They could no longer hide their traces, countless overwhelming auras rose rapidly and enveloped the whole of Tian Mountain. The righteous and demonic path Gu masters were dumbfounded. This, what is happening? Immortals, are they immortals? Such powerful auras, they are the legendary Gu immortals. To think that I would be able to witness it in my lifetime. So many immortals, is this a scheme of the righteous, demonic, path? The Gu masters of both sides fell into chaos, their respective camps were filled with commotion. It is useless. There is a forbidden zone here, you don't have the immortal aperture's sealing method, how can you enter? Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. But on the surface, he had a panicked expression, he acted like the people around him. At this crucial moment, Fang Yuan could not be careless. The forbidden zone could keep Gu immortals out, but it only targeted the immortal aperture, it did not affect immortal Gu. This meant that Gu immortals could attack Tian Mountain from afar. Who is it? Come out. You have the guts to take our things, but don't have the guts to admit it. The Gu immortals were flustered and exasperated, their shouts were like thunder that resounded in the world. Even Tian Mountain was shaking from these shouts, not to mention the mortal Gu masters. Including the rank 5 Gu masters, many of them had pale expressions and were shivering. Fang Yuan's disguise did not reveal any flaws. After getting rid of the other battle wills, he immediately led the battle will army and started to take over graceful chaotic duel stage. This process needed some time. However, Fang Yuan was not worried that the southern border Gu immortals would attack without saying a word. For righteous path Gu immortals, they had to protect their reputation and would not commit such a massacre. Among the demonic path Gu immortals, some placed their immortal Gu on their pawns, like how Shao clan's ancestor left immortal Gu on Shao Shan. Immortal Gu were very fragile, even a child could crush Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada. If they disregarded everything and attacked Tian Mountain, these immortal Gu would be destroyed. As for lone immortals like old man Yuxia, his beloved disciple Lu Zuanfeng was trapped on Tian Mountain, how could he easily make a move? More and more Gu worms fell into Fang Yuan's hands. The secret of the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage was revealed in Fang Yuan's mind. So this immortal Gu house is a time path immortal Gu house, it can use the power of time path to seal any attacks from the outside world, and then use it. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, what an ingenious idea. Chapter 1009. The specific reason could no longer be verified. All in all, the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage had suppressed the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie for so many years, the two had reached a delicate balance. The immortal Gu house was almost ownerless, it was filled with pure battle will. Right now, Fang Yuan had completely turned his battle will into his own, and even pushed out the other southern border Gu immortals. Since rebirth, he had planned for a long time, and his wish had finally been fulfilled. Fang Yuan was filled with joy. But at the same time, he could not help but feel nervous. Faster, faster. Fang Yuan urged himself inwardly. Even though the battle will was his, he still needed some time to take over the immortal Gu house. At this time, Fang Yuan was at his weakest. If any of the southern border Gu immortals took things too hard and directly attacked Tian Mountain, Fang Yuan would have no choice but to resist and be exposed. The southern border Gu immortals were flustered and exasperated, anger and hatred filled their hearts. If they really found Fang Yuan, they would definitely attack together and tear Fang Yuan into pieces, turning him into bone paste. Their feelings were completely understandable. After all, these months, these Gu immortals had put in all their effort to fight for first place, they had used all sorts of methods to seize the immortal Gu house. But in the end, the hope in their hearts crumbled. The immortal Gu house that they yearned for day and night had already become someone else's. If Fang Yuan followed the rules of the bet and defeated the immortals step by step, the immortals would have time to accept this fact. But Fang Yuan was sneakily ignoring them, leaving them at the side. This act of seizing the immortal Gu house, in the eyes of the southern border Gu immortals, was no different from robbery, it was extremely treacherous and shameless. What did their efforts count for? It was completely useless. Even though the southern border Gu immortals did not attack, they used all sorts of investigative methods. In just a short while, Fang Yuan felt dozens of ripples sweeping past his body. He was naturally even more nervous, his muscles and tendons were twitching uncontrollably, his hair was standing on end. Even though he had the immortal killer move familiar face. But it was only an improved version. Even if it was the original version, it could not guarantee that Gu immortals would be able to decipher it. Fang Yuan was very confident in deceiving rank 7 and rank 6 Gu immortals. But in terms of deceiving a rank 8 Gu immortal, he was not very confident. Time ticked by. It flashed across Fang Yuan's mind. In Fang Yuan's mind, all kinds of thoughts were surging like a tidal wave. As the immortal Gu house was gradually taken over by Fang Yuan, the internal structure of graceful chaotic dual stage was clearly displayed in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan made use of his time, trying his best to identify these immortal Gu and mortal Gu. Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment was a huge help to him at this crucial moment. Using these immortal Gu and mortal Gu, Fang Yuan deduced all sorts of aspects of the immortal Gu house. Thus, Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic dual stage. In a very short period of time, he had grown from nothing to something, advancing by leaps and bounds. I did it. Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. At this moment, he had finally succeeded, completely taking over the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic dual stage. This immortal Gu house had completely become his. Fang Yuan could move this immortal Gu house with just a thought. Bam! Right at this time, the ward's door was kicked and smashed. Xiao Shan, Lu Zuanfeng and the other rank 5 Gu immortals led a large group of people. They charged in with a fierce aura. This, and that, they are all suspicious characters. Kill them all. Xiao Shan was filled with killing intent, he pointed at the 3 beds and shouted. It turned out that the southern border Gu immortals were not only frantically investigating, they had also sent their own pawns to the camps of the righteous and demonic sides. They launched a bloody purge. Anyone who was suspected by the Gu immortals would be killed, so as to provoke the mastermind Fang Yuan, who deserved to be cut into pieces. The southern border Gu immortals were anxious. Even if their identities were exposed, they could not care less about the truth of the Battle of Tian Mountain. Although they did not see through my familiar face, I am still suspected. Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. Among the 3 suspects that Xiao Shan had pointed out, Fang Yuan was one of them. Looking at the rank 5 Gu master Sun Panghu charging towards him with a sinister smile, Fang Yuan's heart was calm, he was not nervous at all. Of course, on the surface, Fang Yuan still showed a confused and angry expression, shouting, "What are you doing? I am not a spy of the righteous path. I don't care if you are or not." Sun Panghu shouted, pouncing towards Fang Yuan and kicking Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan's chest immediately caved in, his heart ruptured and large amounts of blood gushed out. Fang Yuan gave a miserable cry, raising his hand to counterattack. But he was sent flying by Sun Panghu's punch. Bam! Fang Yuan's corpse crashed into the wall and slid down, collapsing on the ground, his eyes were wide open as he died on the spot. Let's go to the next area. After dealing with this, Xiao Shan waved his hand and led everyone away in an imposing manner. What was left were the panicking wounded and the corpses of 3 unlucky people. Fang Yuan naturally did not die. This was only a disguise. The disguise of familiar face, although limited to a human form, could easily show the appearance of death. Fang Yuan still needed some time. Taking over the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic dual stage was not enough, there was still one more thing for Fang Yuan to deal with. That was to suppress the great strength true martial immortal zombie. There was still a lot of immortal essence left in graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan activated the immortal Gu house and combined with his battle will, forming a grand force that attacked the great strength true martial immortal zombie. The slumbering rank 8 immortal zombie suddenly opened its eyes and resisted intensely. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart, it is not so easy after all. He was not surprised. Because in his previous life, this rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had taken the initiative to come out. The great strength true martial immortal zombie's reaction was also one of the scenarios that Fang Yuan had deduced. The strength path 10 extreme immortal zombie was something that Fang Yuan had to obtain. Fang Yuan would not let it go so easily. He had prepared many methods to deal with this situation. But just as he was about to make a move, tribulation clouds rumbled in the sky, the ground also started to shake. The southern border Gu immortals were uncertain, they shouted, "What is going on? This seems to be the sign of a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Why would a calamity and tribulation descend for no reason? Is someone undergoing tribulation again? Who cares who is undergoing tribulation? What I am most concerned about now is to find that thief who stole the immortal Gu house." Fang Yuan was also very surprised. It is not time yet, how could it be early? Oh no, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity has already descended. Is Shadow Sect still far away? Fang Yuan knew that the situation was bad, he could not help but hesitate. The calamity and tribulation started early. Is it the influence of my rebirth? Shadow Sect is mysterious and powerful, should I retreat? Actually, at this time, giving up on the great strength true martial immortal zombie was not a bad idea. After all, in this world, there was not only the great strength true martial immortal zombie here, there was also He Lulan. Even if He Lulan and Fang Yuan had signed an alliance agreement. But as long as the alliance agreement's time limit was up, or information path methods were used to break the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan could deal with He Lulan. In the past, Fang Yuan did not have the strength to deal with He Lulan. Because He Lulan had Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness behind her. But now, Fang Yuan had the immortal Gu house. As long as he did not care about his immortal essence, he could suppress these 3 female Gu immortals, no matter if they were rank 7, rank 8, or even one of the 10 extreme physiques. With the immortal Gu house in hand, Fang Yuan was filled with confidence. However, it would be a pity if I give up. This is a rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie, even if she tries to harm He Lulan, that is in the future. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? How can I guarantee that it will succeed? The alliance agreement was just signed. If I give up on this place and deal with He Lulan, I am afraid a long delay will lead to trouble. Just as he was hesitating, a change occurred in the sky. Old Man Inkstone appeared, leading the 10 extreme Gu immortals to form the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. The southern border Gu immortals were heavily surrounded. After a moment of shock, they became even more furious. A Gu immortal shouted, "Who are you? Are you the one who caused the immortal Gu house?" A rank 8 Gu immortal snorted coldly, "Cowards, show your true face if you dare. I want to see who dares to scheme against me in southern border." Old Man Inkstone looked at the deities of southern border and sneered in disdain. He then turned around and looked at Ing Wuxia. "I have told you everything I need to tell you, remember it well." Ing Wuxia blinked innocently, nodding, "Go and die, don't worry about me." He had only been born for 12 hours and his cultivation level had reached rank 6, becoming a Gu immortal. But towards the world and the concept of life and death, he was still very ignorant. Old Man Inkstone shook his head helplessly. His original intention was naturally not to create such a helper. It is a pity that my human path attainment cannot compare to Renzu. Renzu's 10 extreme physiques can live forever. The pure dream reality seeker physique I created can only live for 18 hours. Even though I have gotten rid of the weakness of the soul hibernating, the memories in the soul will still be gradually erased by the dream path Dao marks. This way, even if he forcefully imparted knowledge to Ing Wuxia, it would be useless. The more he imparted, the faster he would forget them. Only by letting him remember them would there be a slight effect. Old Man Inkstone concealed the regret in his heart. "I will go now, but before I die, I will make a divination for you. Be careful of your own people." Old Man Inkstone said his final words as his body turned into a cloud of sand, dissipating in the wind. Along with his soul, many Shadow Sect Gu immortals sacrificed themselves, sending their souls into the formation. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had been greatly perfected under the heroic sacrifices of many Gu immortals, reaching 90% completion. Southern Borders Gu immortals had already tried to break this formation. Now that it was 90% complete, these Southern Border Gu immortals were shocked and shocked. Above their heads, the thousand pearl light tribulation descended from the sky. Southern Borders Gu immortals temporarily gave up on breaking out. They turned to deal with the incoming tribulation. To be continued. Chapter 10:10. Shadow Sect also came earlier. Fang Yuan looked at the sky, speechless. Although he wanted to act earlier, after putting it into practice, he realized that the plan was perfect, but the reality made him helpless. In his previous life, the Shadow Sect Gu immortals only appeared after the Southern Border Gu immortals resisted several waves of calamities and tribulations. But in this life, the Shadow Sect Gu immortals also set up the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation ahead of time. Since this formation was formed, Fang Yuan was no longer in a hurry to retreat. The reason was simple. The worst situation had already occurred. Like in his previous life, Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel immortal Gu was also ineffective in this formation. A 90% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, even the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage would have to spend a lot of effort to break out. Fang Yuan had resolved many battlefield killer moves, especially in Eastern Sea's Yu Lu Blessed Land. He had broken many of them. But the battlefield killer moves in Yu Lu Blessed Land were exquisite, but without anyone controlling them, they were inanimate objects. Even if someone was controlling them, their strongest state could not compare to even 1% of this 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Fang Yuan was not a formation path Gu immortal, nor was he proficient in formation path, but he still had this level of insight. If he went out now, he would definitely become the target of everyone. The Southern Border Gu immortals would not let Fang Yuan off, and the Shadow Sect Gu immortals would not let the immortal Gu house be taken away by Fang Yuan. Suppress the great strength true martial immortal zombie, then look for an opportunity to use the immortal Gu house to forcefully break out. Fang Yuan placed most of his attention on the great strength true martial immortal zombie. The sudden appearance of the Shadow Sect Gu immortals helped Fang Yuan to a certain extent. If not for their appearance, the Southern Border Gu immortals would have placed their attention on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's mental and physical pressure eased, he had more energy to deal with the great strength true martial immortal zombie. What shocked Fang Yuan was that this immortal zombie still had a lot of strength left. Facing Fang Yuan's relentless attacks, he activated his immortal Gu and roused his battle intent. The resistance was extremely firm and intense. For a moment, Fang Yuan was actually at a loss for words. This immortal zombie is very astute. Earlier, he used battle will to refine the immortal Gu house. The result was a failure. Perhaps due to exhaustion, he fell into a deep sleep. He was accumulating power in his slumber, probably hoping to awaken one day and make use of his previous accumulations. Fang Yuan guessed. He couldn't help but admire his opponent. If it was a strength path great strength true martial immortal zombie, it would not have this method. But this immortal zombie was very different. He had such great talent in strength path, but he actually abandoned it and cultivated wisdom path. No one knew what he was thinking. But Fang Yuan was clear that it was his wisdom path methods that allowed him to forcefully create a loophole in this situation where he was bound to lose. Maybe this immortal zombie woke up. He had woken up and fallen asleep many times. That was how he managed to accumulate so much fighting spirit. But in his slumber, the immortal Gu house purified his fighting spirit. If not for Fang Yuan's interference, according to this development, this immortal zombie would definitely be able to escape. Not only could he escape, he could even obtain graceful chaotic duel stage. Unfortunately, his plan had failed. Fang Yuan had gotten it first. While Fang Yuan was dealing with this great strength true martial immortal zombie, the situation on Etian Mountain was also developing rapidly. Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation, Profound Dark Flying Frost, Desolate Beast Calamity, Dragon Roar Tribulation, For Blazing Clouds Tribulation, Snow War Tribulation Lightning. A series of calamities and tribulations. Just like in his previous life, they were getting more and more terrifying. Southern Border's Gu Immortals suffered heavy losses. It was not that they did not try to break out. But how could they break out of the 90% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation? Just like in his previous life. They thought Ing Wuxia was the greatest weakness, but in the end, they were hit by Lead Soul into Dream Immortal Killer move and had to return in defeat. Afterwards, they placed their hopes on the calamities and tribulations, hoping that they could destroy the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. But Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals took the initiative to attack. As time passed, under the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage, the great strength true martial immortal zombies' resistance became weaker and weaker. When Fang Yuan gradually saw hope, the Southern Border Gu Immortals were already in complete despair. Almost all of them were dead. If they were not killed by the 10 extreme immortal zombie battle formation, they were drowned by the terrifying calamities and tribulations. Only 2 rank 8s were left. They were heavily injured and were running around like headless flies in the gaps between the calamities and Shadow Sect's attacks, struggling at death's door. At this point, Fang Yuan was also helpless. It was not that he did not try to help these Southern Border Gu Immortals. He had not completely suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie yet. He naturally hoped these Southern Border Gu Immortals could stall for some time. Not long ago, he had secretly transmitted to these Gu Immortals, trying to inform them of Ing Wuxia's power. But the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had already covered the surrounding 10,000 li of Etian Mountain. Not only did it restrict space, it also muted sound. Fang Yuan could not think of a way. Fang Yuan also tried other methods, but they all failed. After a few attempts, Fang Yuan wisely gave up, focusing his attention on the great strength true martial immortal zombie again. At the same time, at a higher place in the sky, there was a tall and pure white tower floating quietly. Immortal Gu House, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Tower Lord, the Southern Border Gu Immortals are almost all dead. Should we make a move? Bai Chen Tian asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick. Using Heaven Overseeing Tower, his gaze penetrated the battlefield below and reflected in his mind. Such a powerful formation. This formation looks like an ancient battle formation, but it is actually set up using the Tao marks of the 10 extreme physiques. It uses humans as the formation, but its essence is a battlefield killer move. But this formation has a weakness, it lacks the final strength path 10 extreme immortal zombie. If the 10 extremes gather, it will be troublesome. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord evaluated. No wonder these people from Shadow Sect are trying all sorts of methods to obtain that great strength true martial immortal zombie below the mountain. Lian Jiusheng realized at once. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stroked his beard. It is not easy to obtain the great strength true martial immortal zombie. We need to get past the obstacle of graceful chaotic duel stage. Let's not rush to make a move. Bo Qing and the rest have not appeared yet. We have 13 Gu Immortals and 1 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. But we have to travel through the 5 regional walls in White Heaven. Our conditions are not complete yet. The other party has yet to make a move, let them be busy for a while. Even though the Southern Border Gu Immortals are exterminated, aren't there still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? That person did not stay down there and wanted to come out, he has angered Providence. This grand calamity and earthly calamity will be even more terrifying towards the end. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not in a hurry to make a move. This was different from his previous life. In his previous life, he saw the great strength true martial immortal zombie appear. He had no choice but to kill it quickly. But in this life, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was suppressed by Fang Yuan and could not move. It did not appear. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not in a hurry to make a move. Even though he had 12 companions with him, they were all like-minded people with rank 8 cultivation level. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not dare to be rash. Celestial Court is not making a move yet. Far away, Bo Qing looked at the sky with a solemn expression. In his previous life, he was forced into a corner and could not attack Heavenly Lotus Sect. He could only attack Combat Immortal Sect, but Shadow Sect's arrangements were all useless. But in this life, there was a difference. Envoy Blue, 7-star child immortal zombie was not dead. Together with him, Yumu Chun, and Song Zixing, they formed an immortal killer move, allowing Bo Qing to quickly appear in Heavenly Lotus Sect. Attacking this sect was also Shadow Sect's plan. Bo Qing and the rest stalled for some time before retreating. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not easy to fool. He felt uneasy. Once he returned to Celestial Court, he used Heaven Overseeing Tower to make deductions. He also deduced the crucial location of Tian Mountain. He quickly gathered Gu Immortals and even brought out Heaven Overseeing Tower, rushing here without stopping. Since he is not making a move, we will go first. Song Zixing's voice came through an information path Gu worm. Bo Qing nodded, let me go first. At the next moment, bright light soared to the sky. A huge immortal Gu house appeared in everyone's vision. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was surprised. This immortal Gu house was hidden in the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. He did not know what method it used. He had not detected it earlier. Under everyone's gazes, the immortal Gu house flew to the sky and crashed towards Tian Mountain. Fang Yuan's expression was ashen. His eyes were shining with a cold light. Immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City. He gritted his teeth, to think that at the crucial moment, Sacred Feather City, which originally belonged to the Featherman Gu Immortals, would appear here. The moment this city appeared, Fang Yuan felt uneasy. Now that he saw this huge immortal Gu house pouncing towards him, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He was extremely unwilling. He was about to succeed. He only needed a bit more effort. The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was already in danger. He could not hold on for much longer. But now, he had to stop. Sacred Feather City directly crashed towards him. Fang Yuan had to activate Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage to resist it. If the immortal Gu house was not activated, its battle strength could not be displayed. The degree of activation was different, the amount of immortal essence expended, and the battle strength was also different. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower, a rank 9 immortal Gu house, would be sliced off by Bo Qing's sword light before it was fully activated. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, rise. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind. He stopped disguising himself and showed his true body. Tian Mountain instantly collapsed. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage was like a crimson meteor, flying towards the sky. It was also a space path Gu worm. It burst out with an intense formless force. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan was sucked into Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. At this moment, Fang Yuan was officially in control of Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. A mere Sacred Feather City. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly. He waved his hand and a cloud of rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence flew out. Rank 9 immortal essence from Giant Sun Immortal. This was not just for show. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage was originally covered in crimson light. After the yellow apricot immortal essence was expended, this crimson light was like a volcano erupting, shooting out 50 to 60 feet. What? Bo Qing, who was controlling Sacred Feather City, cried out in shock. With an earth-shattering explosion, Sacred Feather City was sent flying by Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. Large numbers of city wall bricks fell down, turning into Gu worm corpses in the air, scattering with the wind. Without any suspense, Fang Yuan defeated Bo Qing in one move. Chapter 10-11. Fang Yuan repelled Sacred Feather City, he naturally did not know that immortal zombie Bo Qing was controlling it. Using this chance, Fang Yuan maneuvered graceful chaotic dual stage, making a turn in the air before crashing down on Yitian Mountain. Along the way, calamities and tribulations rained down on graceful chaotic dual stage, creating loud noises. Graceful chaotic dual stage's defense was enough to withstand the calamities and tribulations, it charged down without a care. Right now, Yitian Mountain had already collapsed, turning into ruins. The demonic Path Gu masters on Yitian Mountain naturally suffered heavy casualties. As far as the eye could see, it was a tragic sight to behold, and it was a scene of misery. Fang Yuan glanced at them, not looking at these ant-like mortals anymore. His eyes shined with a cold light, the situation was already like this, he could not let it go. He had failed to suppress it earlier, but Fang Yuan still had a chance. Great strength true martial immortal zombie, you are mine. Graceful chaotic dual stage was about to charge down, when suddenly, a second immortal goo house blocked Fang Yuan's path. This immortal goo house was black in color, emitting a metallic luster. Its appearance was also that of a castle. But it was not a glorious sacred city like Sacred Feather City, it was a battle fortress made of steel. For example, if Sacred Feather City was an elegant royal noble young master, then this immortal goo house was an iron-blooded general in heavy armor. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. He had to make full use of every second. The more time he had for the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie, the more he could recover to his peak state. Boom! With a deafening sound, the two immortal goo houses collided fiercely. A majestic wave of qi suddenly exploded. It swept in all directions. As the air wave spread, mountain rocks were shaken. The corpses of goo masters were mixed in. The two immortal goo houses fell into a deadlock. Despite graceful chaotic dual stage's momentum, this iron fortress immortal goo house was barely able to resist it. Both sides were competing. The iron fortress immortal goo house was slowly retreating. Graceful chaotic dual stage was losing strength. Graceful chaotic dual stage is a rank 7 immortal goo house, this one is likely also rank 7 and is specialized in defense. Fang Yuan had a flash of realization. He sighed, knowing that the golden opportunity was fleeting. Although he tried his best to grasp it, he was unable to do so due to the enemy's obstruction. This period of time was enough for the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie to break free from Fang Yuan's suppression and recover. Fang Yuan's attempt failed. He immediately decided to retreat and leave this troublesome place. Turning around, the graceful chaotic dual stage soared into the sky. Fang Yuan did not fly directly into the sky. Instead, he fiercely crashed towards the southeast. The third and fourth immortal goo houses appeared one after another. These two immortal goo houses were small, one was covered in bloodlight and was shaped like a war chariot, while the other was filled with eerie energy and had gray tiles and white walls. Four immortal goo houses surrounded Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan charged left and right. Obstructed by the 4 immortal goo houses, he could not use his full strength and could not charge out of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Inside graceful chaotic dual stage, Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He had not expected this. Shadow Sect actually made such a huge move. An immortal goo house was already a rare item. Shadow Sect actually took out 4 immortal goo houses at once, not sparing any price. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? Although the situation was disadvantageous to him, Fang Yuan was still as calm as ice. The enemy was extremely strong. But the situation had not reached despair yet, because one side had not made a move yet. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky from time to time. He was waiting. Since Shadow Sect made their move in advance, would the Celestial Court not be able to deduce it? Even if they did not, according to this time, it should have arrived. When the celestial quartz goo immortals make a move, the situation would become chaotic, and Fang Yuan would have a chance to take advantage of it. But why are the celestial quartz goo immortals still not making a move? Fang Yuan's thoughts changed, and he took the initiative to suppress graceful chaotic dual stage's power. The immortal goo house that was erupting with red light was like a strong and vigorous man, gradually turning into a withered old man. At once, the situation changed. Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage was suppressed by the 4 immortal goo houses. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the dazzling white light in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes gradually faded. He had just used Heaven Overseeing Tower to make a deduction, and it had just ended. There was a cold smile at the corner of his lips. The one controlling the graceful chaotic dual stage is an otherworldly demon. Surname Guyue, name Fang Yuan. The destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land and the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower was actually done by this person. This person seems to have an unclear relationship with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Don't look at how he is being suppressed now, he is just putting on an act to lure us into making a move. Oh. Then it seems that this Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect are friends or foes? Is their intense battle just a show? Lian Jiusheng asked in confusion. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord waved his hand. I am not interested in the relationship between Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect, it is not important at all. Since he wants to lure us into making a move, then let us make a move. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation below is the crux of the enemy's plan. I have already deduced that they have already obtained the final crucial immortal zombie. Everyone, follow me to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy the formation, we will foil the enemy's scheme. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's call was filled with battle intent. The celestial quartz goo immortals beside him had solemn expressions as they moved together. A pillar of light burst out, directly attacking the 10 extreme formation. I had wanted to use Fang Yuan to numb the celestial quartz goo immortals and stall for time. It seems that this shallow scheme cannot deceive the celestial quartz goo immortals. Let's move. Envoy Blue, 7-star child immortal zombie, ordered after observing the situation of the Shadow Sect. Good, the celestial court is finally making a move. Fang Yuan was just about to be happy when he saw 3 immortal goo houses appear. A pavilion with red bricks and green tiles. A pavilion with white light fluttering in the wind. An altar with golden light flickering in the wind. The 3 immortal goo houses worked together to block Heaven Overseeing Tower's attack. Fang Yuan did not know what to say. Since when were immortal goo houses so worthless? They were moving out one by one, what were they trying to do? The bad feeling in Fang Yuan's heart intensified. He had thought. The Battle of Yitian Mountain was a deep pond. But he did not expect. This was actually an ocean. The waters here were too deep. In the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, a battle of this scale could only be counted on one hand. Good, good, good. Sacred Feather City, Indestructible Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, Golden Altar, 7 immortal goo houses were forced out by my attack. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice resounded from within Heaven Overseeing Tower. He revealed the names of the Shadow Sect's immortal goo houses one by one, his voice was like thunder that resounded in the surrounding tens of thousands of li. Now, I will show you the true power of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord roared, shaking the heavens. Rank 9 Immortal Goo House Heaven Overseeing Tower. Activated at full force. Without any warning. The sky turned white. The world turned white. Even Fang Yuan, who was inside graceful chaotic dual stage, could only see white at this moment. It was all light. White light. It filled the world, the earth, all directions, the universe, and the sky. This light seemed harmless, Fang Yuan did not even feel a trace of danger. What kind of attack is this? When the white light dissipated, Fang Yuan came back to his senses. He took a look. His whole body shook. In the sky, the broken walls of the immortal Gu houses were falling down. These broken bricks and tiles gradually turned into countless Gu worms as they fell. Not a single Gu worm survived. The corpses of these Gu worms. They floated in the wind and scattered everywhere. The most peculiar thing was, from the outside. These dead Gu worms had no injuries, but they did not have any aura. The three immortal Gu houses closest to Heaven Overseeing Tower, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, and Golden Altar had already collapsed. As for the remaining immortal Gu houses, they were all heavily injured. But overall, Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic duel stage suffered the least damage. Did the Celestial Court purposely stop attacking me? A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind before he denied it. Otherworldly demon. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord took a look at graceful chaotic duel stage before turning his gaze to the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. That attack earlier was a peerless attack formed from the activation of Fate Immortal Gu. This was an attack that contained the power of fate. Fate. If it was not fated, it could not be obtained no matter how hard you tried. Don't beg for it. If fate wants you to lose, you have to lose. This was an attack that could not be blocked. Originally, it could have broken the 10 extreme formation, but the three immortal Gu houses disregarded their own sacrifices and endured the attack. In contrast, Ying Wu Xie had already flown out of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. His original position was taken by the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. After being suppressed for so many years, such a huge commotion came out the moment I escaped. Ha 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 ha, I like it. This rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie raised his head and laughed. Suddenly, he pointed at Heaven Overseeing Tower in the sky, shouting, "Little bastards of the Celestial Court, come. Come and entertain me with my rebirth." The 100% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was completely activated. Dark clouds appeared, covering the entire battlefield and spreading out rapidly, as if there was no end to them. The 10 extreme immortal zombies were hidden in the dark clouds and fog, vanishing without a trace. Countless immortal apertures were drawn out by the mystical power of the formation like specks of starlight. These immortal apertures were left behind by the southern border Gu immortals after they died. The immortal apertures went deep into the dark clouds and gathered together. Countless Gu worms, both immortal Gu and mortal Gu, flew around in the dark clouds. At this point, Fang Yuan finally realized something, so this 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation's true essence is a refinement path formation. What is Shadow Sect trying to refine? They are actually using the immortal apertures of southern border Gu immortals as Gu materials. This method was simply unheard of. The high and mighty Gu immortals were now ants, casually executed and used to refine Gu. Even Fang Yuan, with his previous life's 500 years of experience, had never seen such a scene. Shadow Sect was a mysterious organization, hidden in the back of history. Its true objective, the plan that had been plotting for countless years, was finally revealed at this moment. Chapter 10-12. You actually activated this formation right under our noses. Even if you were once invincible in the world, you are already dead now. So be it if you do not care about us. Such a heaven-defying action, Providence is clear, how can we let you succeed? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord roared, once again combining the strength of the Celestial Court's immortals, activating Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack. Hold on. The Shadow Sect immortals, who had expected this, activated their immortal Gu houses and charged into the sky. The world turned white. An attack from fate could not be defended. After regaining his senses, Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face turning purple and gold. Even though he was an otherworldly demon, he was still restricted by this world. The injuries he suffered were only slightly less than others. Looking again, Fang Yuan found that unbreakable iron fortress, Blood River Chariot, and Nightmare Castle, these three immortal goo houses, had completely broken apart, turning into fragments that fell from the sky. Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic duel stage, even though it was inside the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, also suffered heavy damage. Over 1,000 mortal goo died, 2 immortal goo were heavily injured and on the verge of death, they could not be used anymore. 3 of the 7 stage corners were also destroyed. But Fang Yuan was cheering in his heart. He hoped that Celestial Court's side would continue to exert their strength and break this 10 extreme formation. Once there was a gap, he could escape. The situation was becoming clearer. Evidently, Celestial Court's goo immortals were here to target Shadow Sect. If Fang Yuan escaped now, Celestial Court's goo immortals might not be able to make a move. Under Fang Yuan's anticipation, Heaven Overseeing Tower, which was floating in the sky, once again shone with white light. The light became thicker and thicker. When it reached its limit, it would erupt with Fate's attack again. By then, the 10 extreme formation would be broken without a doubt. A gust of wind blew as Sacred Feather City charged towards Fang Yuan. You are not going to deal with Celestial Court's goo immortals, but instead come to deal with me. Fang Yuan sneered, but did not fight the other party head-on. He craftily controlled graceful chaotic duel stage, dodging all around, waiting for the Celestial Court's goo immortals to attack again. Suddenly, Heaven Overseeing Tower shook violently. All of a sudden, the accumulated white halo exploded and completely disappeared. Heaven Overseeing Tower's body was covered in wounds. The Celestial Court goo immortals inside the tower. They even vomited blood, suffering from the backlash. Within Sacred Feather City, 7-star child immortal zombie's voice resounded, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you fell for our trap. At this moment, in Sacred Feather City, there were more than 10 Shadow Sect goo immortals, led by 7-star child immortal zombie, Boqing immortal zombie, and Ing Wuxie. Even though the other 6 immortal goo houses were destroyed, Shadow Sect's goo immortals used some space path methods to escape. They gathered in the final immortal goo house, Sacred Feather City. After all, they had the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation and the Shadow Sect had been planning for a long time. They had the geographical advantage, so it was not surprising that they could achieve this. How can this be? Fang Yuan was bewildered at this sight. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Celestial Court goo immortals reacted one after another. Heaven Overseeing Tower is a rank 9 immortal goo house, how could it be so heavily damaged? Earlier, Shadow Sect did not make a move, Heaven Overseeing Tower itself had a problem. There is a traitor in our Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was grim, he stared at Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng. After Sword Immortal Boqing awakened, his sword light rampaged in Central Continent, cutting Heaven Overseeing Tower. To prevent the sword chi from corroding more goo worms and causing greater damage, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord repaired Heaven Overseeing Tower with Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord himself had no problem, but the person who had the problem. It was definitely Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng. After getting Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's reminder, the other Celestial Court goo immortals reacted in time. They pulled away from the 2 suspects and surrounded them. Wait! How can I be a traitor of Shadow Sect? Bai Chen Tian was furious. He tried to explain, to join Celestial Court, we need to go through layers of tests and tests. Celestial Court has been established for 3 million years, when has there ever been a traitor? This might be a method of Shadow Sect. The most urgent matter now is to destroy this refinement path formation. We need to hurry and destroy this refinement path formation. We cannot fall for Shadow Sect's delaying plot. Bai Chen Tian had a sincere expression, he could not conceal his anxiety. Ha ha ha, Lian Jiusheng suddenly laughed out loud. His eyes darkened as he scanned the surroundings. His tone was frigid as he said, it's precisely because it was created 3 million years ago that even the strictest tests are outdated. How hard is it to infiltrate Celestial Court? Lian Jiu Sheng, you. Bai Qin Tian shouted, taking a step back in shock. So Lian Jiu Sheng is a traitor. Are you Lian Jiu Sheng, or him? The Celestial Court Gu immortals felt like they were facing a great enemy, but no one acted rashly. In this world, there has never been a Lian Jiu Sheng. Even if you want to stop me from being a rank 9 immortal Gu house, you will have to get past me first. Saying this, Lian Jiu Sheng died. A gust of fresh green wind blew out from his body. Winds of assimilation. After his identity was exposed, Lian Jiu Sheng actually committed suicide and destroyed his immortal aperture, forming the winds of assimilation. Such a heroic act, just like Qin Bai Sheng. The winds of assimilation could assimilate everything, it was no small matter. But thankfully, this was the interior of the rank 9 immortal Gu house Heaven Overseeing Tower. The winds of assimilation had not formed yet. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord and the rest were flustered as they suppressed the winds of assimilation. But Lian Jiu Sheng's death was not as simple as this winds of assimilation. Since there was an enemy traitor in Celestial Court, was it just Lian Jiu Sheng? Was there someone else? The United Celestial Court Gu immortals were now facing a crisis of trust. Celestial Court's inspection methods have not been improved for many years. With that person's methods, it is not impossible to sneak into Celestial Court. A Celestial Court Gu immortal said solemnly. Is Heaven Overseeing Tower heavily damaged? More people were concerned about this question. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head. 40% of Heaven Overseeing Tower has already been destroyed. The previous attack cannot be used again. If we use it forcefully, Heaven Overseeing Tower will collapse first. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said this and heaved a long sigh. If not for Fate Gu's incomplete state, Shadow Sect would not have succeeded in this. Needless to say, this traitor planted by Shadow Sect was truly amazing. Lian Jiu Sheng had concealed himself for 1,000 years, nobody suspected him. Once he took action, he temporarily erased Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest method. Of course, Shadow Sect still made use of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's battle results. If Fate Immortal Gu was intact, Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack could be unleashed at will, there would be no backlash. Everyone, the traitor has been exposed, why are you still surrounding me? Bai Qin Tian said impatiently. The immortals reacted at this point, they apologized and dispersed the encirclement. But the Celestial Court's immortals did not let go of their wariness towards Bai Qin Tian, they even glanced at the other Gu immortals with faint suspicion and wariness. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord saw this and was shocked, he quickly tried to maintain the situation. Everyone, listen to me, don't be suspicious of the traitor. Lian Jiu Sheng was just exaggerating, if he could really continue to conceal himself, why would he expose himself? If Celestial Court had many traitors, they would have destroyed Heaven Overseeing Tower long ago, why would they only do this? The immortals were shaken, they reacted. So close, we almost fell for that person's provocation. Tower Lord is right. This is already Shadow Sect's limit. If Lian Jiu Sheng could really resist our Celestial Court's investigative method, why would he expose himself and use a suicidal attack? He had no confidence in it. This shows that our method is effective. Let's not think about how Lian Jiu Sheng infiltrated Celestial Court for now. The urgent matter now is the formation below. Right now, even though Heaven Overseeing Tower has lost its strongest attacker, we still have hope. As long as we cooperate sincerely, the power of a rank 9 immortal Gu house can still destroy the enemy's scheme. The immortals were all experienced people, after the discussion, they were united as one and their morale was high. Heaven Overseeing Tower was activated by the immortals, it crashed down like a meteor. Shadow Sect did not block it, they opened a hole in the formation and let Heaven Overseeing Tower enter. Fang Yuan wanted to go out but was obstructed by Sacred Feather City. Thus, inside the formation, the three immortal Gu houses fell into a chaotic battle. Even though rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower was heavily damaged, it was still the Overlord. It charged around with unstoppable momentum. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals used Sacred Feather City and the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation to barely contend with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan controlled Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, focusing on dodging from beginning to end. Compared to before, Fang Yuan's situation was much better. Because Shadow Sect and Celestial Court both suffered heavy losses. Because Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon, he suffered the least losses among the three. No rush, Shadow Sect and Celestial Court have irreconcilable conflicts. They will fight intensely in the future. When they weaken each other, that will be my chance. Right now, preserving our battle strength is the most important task. Fang Yuan thought. No need to be anxious. As long as we are inside this formation, the other party will need to focus their strength on Heaven Overseeing Tower. The longer we stall, the stronger the calamities and tribulations, the higher our chance of victory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord looked at the situation and said to the Celestial Court Immortals. Stall. Inside Sacred Feather City, 7-star Child Immortal Zombie shouted. Yumu Chun added, that's right, we having Wu Xie. The longer we stall, the stronger his cultivation level will be, the more powerful his Dream Path killer moves will be. Dream Path transcends this era, even Heaven Overseeing Tower cannot defend against it. Against Dream Path attacks, it is almost defenseless. You are talking about me. Wu Xie stared with wide eyes, pointing at himself. Yumu Chun nodded. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord would not be able to calculate your true situation. The only worry is that the higher your cultivation level, the higher the level of lead soul into dream you can use. But this immortal killer move, the stronger it is, the more goo worms it requires, and the more complicated the activation process will be. You need to use it properly, you cannot make any mistakes. Wu Xie took a deep breath and waved his hand nervously. Uncle, your entire body is covered in hair. Now that you mention it, I'm a little nervous. Coincidentally, Shadow Sect, Celestial Court, and Fang Yuan's side all wanted to stall for time. But who will have the last laugh? Search the color, read the following chapters. Chapter 10-13. Bam bam bam. Bolts of lightning struck down incessantly. The previous wave of lightning had yet to dissipate when the next wave of lightning shot down. The entire sky was like a deep blue forest. Dark clouds filled the air in this forest that was completely formed by thunder and lightning. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation had already turned into a lump of dark clouds. There were no traces of the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombies inside. Fang Yuan's plan to attack the formation core was also foiled. In this dark cloud, 3 meteor-like immortal goo houses revolved around each other, colliding from time to time or unleashing powerful attacks. Both sides were patiently waiting for their own opportunity to appear, to see whose tactic would succeed. The power of the calamities and tribulations continued to increase. The 10 Extreme Formation was gradually unable to hold on. The dark clouds were continuously bombarded by the tribulation lightning, and a lot of it was destroyed. But it had not weakened to the extent that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord wanted. Because of the three sides restraining each other, the opportunity that Fang Yuan was waiting for was still nowhere to be seen. Alright, I have rank 7 cultivation level now. Inside Sacred Feather City, Wu Xie spoke happily. Good. Deal with Fang Yuan first and seize Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. 7-star Child immediately replied. Wu Xie nodded. Shadow Sect had specially designed this lead soul into Dream Path for him. They had also prepared a set of goo worms. Every level of cultivation would have a corresponding lead soul into Dream. Why did they deal with Fang Yuan first and not the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals? Firstly, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level, he was easier to deal with. Moreover, he had graceful chaotic dual stage. If they dealt with him and seized graceful chaotic dual stage, they would be able to fight heaven overseeing tower. Secondly, the celestial court's Gu immortals were also stalling for time. They did not exert much pressure on Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect's immortals gradually realized this and decided to make use of it. Thirdly, quickly deactivate the system that teaches you how to be a human. Ingwu Xia was only rank 7, but this rank 7 lead soul into dream was not enough. Against rank 8 Gu immortals, it was still lacking. If the Celestial Court's Gu immortals received the move in advance, they would have more time to understand this killer move, they would be able to break it more easily. Ingwu Xia had a serious expression on his face as he slowly activated lead soul into dreams. Don't be nervous, take your time. You can do it, good luck. The Shadow Sect Gu immortals were even more nervous than Ingwu Xia himself. Rank 7. Dream Path Killer Move. Lead soul into dream. Under the immortals' expectant gazes, Ingwu Xia did not disappoint them. He successfully activated a dream path killer move. The power of soul lead into dreams was formless and incorporeal as it charged straight towards the graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan was caught off guard. He fell into a dream realm after getting hit. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, star constellation Immortal Venerable played the zither and played softly. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out, it is difficult to stop the road of misfortune. The broken sword sinks into the sand, the rise and fall of the ages. The endless heavenly river surged. Sorrow, the night is long and the soul is dreaming, where can I find peace? Providence is the only thing that changes the heart in the spring and autumn. Just like the previous 2 times. This time, Fang Yuan inexplicably received a new piece of information in his mind. The night is long and the soul is dreaming, where can I find peace? Spectral night is dreaming. So this is the true face of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's body and mind shook intensely. Strange. At the same time, in Sacred Feather City, Ingwu Xia scratched his head, showing a strange expression. What is it, did it not succeed? The other immortals quickly asked. Ingwu Xia's performance affected everyone's hearts. Ingwu Xia shook his head. The other party has indeed fallen into a dream, but the effect of this immortal killer move. It seems to be different from what I expected. The Shadow Sect Gu immortals relaxed. Ingwu Xia, this is the first time you are using the rank 7 level lead soul into dream. It is normal that the actual result is different from what you expected. Since it succeeded. Let's seize this opportunity and seize this immortal Gu house. Sacred Feather City suddenly moved, changing directions and directly charging towards graceful chaotic dual stage. At the same time, the dark clouds rumbled intensely. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation also cooperated with Sacred Feather City's movement. However, just as Sacred Feather City was about to collide with graceful chaotic dual stage, Ingwu Xia suddenly opened his eyes wide, shouting, "Oh no, he broke free." Lead soul into dream would have a miraculous effect on other Gu immortals. But against Fang Yuan, it was not very effective. Why? Because among the immortals present, only Fang Yuan's dream path attainment was second only to Ingwu Xia. It was because he had reborn from his previous life 500 years ago, and had the ultimate immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. But this move was only rank 6, Lead Soul into Dream was rank 7, a level higher. According to common sense, Fang Yuan should not be able to break free. But the dream he had fallen into was very strange. His heroic wife was about to counterattack. It seemed that because of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, the difficulty was very low. If Unravel Dream could not be used once, he would use it many times. In any case, Fang Yuan had a lot of Dream Path Mortal Gu, he could use them many times to form the killer move Unravel Dream. The action of collecting the spring dream fruits, at this moment, gave Fang Yuan a huge reward. But when Fang Yuan broke free from the dream, it was already too late. At the next moment, the Immortal Gu house, graceful chaotic duel stage, was sent flying. Fang Yuan could not stand steadily, he directly fell inside the immortal goo house. But he had already regained his senses, he quickly activated graceful chaotic duel stage to fly up, causing Sacred Feather City's suppression of the immortal goo house to fail. What's going on? How could he escape? This is leads soul into dream. The Shadow Sect immortals shouted, many of them looked like they had seen a ghost. This situation was really unexpected. Ing Wuxia scratched his head, saying anxiously, let me try again. Immortal killer move, leads soul into dream. Fang Yuan was hit again. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Fang Yuan, her eyes were like pools of water, she had a faint and mysterious smile on her face. She stroked the zither with both hands. This time, he did not recite a poem. The sound of the zither was ethereal and clear, beautiful and pleasant to listen to, but Fang Yuan had no time to enjoy it. He knew that he was in a dream again, so how could he dare to stay? He quickly used Unravel Dream several times to leave this dream realm. What's going on? Ing Wuxia cried out within Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City had just approached the graceful chaotic duel stage when Fang Yuan had already woken up. He controlled the immortal goo house and escaped. Sacred Feather City's situation was much more serious than the graceful chaotic duel stages. In terms of speed, it was slightly weaker. One more time. 7-star child's face was gloomy. He had a guess in his heart. However, he did not give up so easily. Ing Wuxia hurriedly nodded and began to prepare again. Damn it, so troublesome. The other party's dream path attainment is ahead of us by a generation, even if I am inside an immortal goo house, I cannot defend against it, it hits me every time. Fang Yuan's expression was not any better than 7-star child's. The times were always progressing. During the immemorial antiquity era, olden antiquity era, and remote antiquity era, the overall strength of the human goo immortal world. Not stronger than now. Of course, rank 9 venerables were a special case, they were not counted. In Fang Yuan's previous life, dream realms emerged endlessly and dream path flourished. Many superforces immortal goo houses also added dream path goo worms, they were quite effective in defending against dream path. But the graceful chaotic duel stage that Fang Yuan had now came from that mysterious goo immortal of the past, it was even more ancient than now. It naturally could not defend against lead soul into dream. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Inside Sacred Feather City, Ing Wuxia shouted, ethereal extreme path. How is it? The immortals' gazes were gathered on Ing Wuxia's face. Ing Wuxia nodded with certainty, he went in. Kill! Bo Qing shouted. Sacred Feather City approached graceful chaotic duel stage again. But graceful chaotic duel stage was extremely dangerous, it actually dodged again. What's going on, didn't he go in? Why is his reaction faster than last time? 7-star child frowned. He went in, no, he came out again. Ing Wuxia stammered. The immortals were speechless. Inside graceful chaotic duel stage. Old Bai, at the crucial moment, we still need to rely on our own people. Fang Yuan had just escaped from the dream realm, he patted Tai Bai Yunqing's shoulder. It turned out that at the previous moment, Fang Yuan knew that Shadow Sect would not let this go. They would definitely drag him into the dream realm again. Although he could escape from the dream realm, it would take some time. And during this period of time, graceful chaotic duel stage could not be controlled by anyone, this gave the other party a chance. Thus, Fang Yuan pulled Tai Bai Yunqing over to help him. The reason why graceful chaotic duel stage escaped earlier was because Tai Bai Yunqing was controlling it. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless had both space path and fixed immortal travel could not be used. But before Fang Yuan came, he had already placed Tai Bai Yunqing into his immortal aperture. As for He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, they were hidden in Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan, you really went too far this time. Tai Bai Yunxing controlled the immortal Gu House as he clicked his tongue. Even though he had already observed the entire battle through Fang Yuan's eyes and ears, this involved Shadow Sect and Celestial Court, this old man was still shocked beyond words. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. The other party has dream path methods, they might try to deal with you. Call Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan out. At the next moment, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan appeared. The expressions on their faces were very complicated, and most of them were shocked. Looking around, He Lulan said, Fang Yuan, you really know how to court death. Her tone carried faint admiration. Fairy Li Shan said, Oh Fang Yuan, you have dragged us into the fire pit this time. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, waving his hand as he said boldly, What are you afraid of? When two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. With you guys helping me, the other party cannot do anything to me. With the protection of the immortal Gu House, there might be a chance to reap some benefits. After this, you will all be rewarded. He Lulan nodded, not saying anything else. Her eyes flickered with bright light as she sized up graceful chaotic duel stage. Fairy Li Shan held her breath. Because of the new alliance agreement, her movements were restricted. Earlier, Fang Yuan had used Tian Mountain and graceful chaotic duel stage to deceive them into Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. But to think that the development had far surpassed Fairy Li Shan's imagination. Looking at the battle outside through the immortal Gu House, this famous Gu immortal who had made a name for herself in Northern Plains felt her heart pounding. Just like what Tai Bai Yunxing had said, Fang Yuan had gone too far this time. How could Fairy Li Shan's heart not pound? You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.